पुनः आप सबका स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह समिट एक ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक, सेंसिटिव, ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण में अहम भूमिका निभाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, हम इतिहास पर नजर डालें तो पता चलता है कि इंसान ने हर डिसरप्शन को एक नए अवसर में बदला है। आज हमारे सामने फिर ऐसा ही अवसर आया है। हमें मिलकर इस डिसरप्शन को मानवता के सबसे बड़े अवसर के रूप में बदल देना है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत बुद्ध की धरती है और भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा था, राइट एक्शन कम्स फ्रॉम राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग। इसलिए ये बहुत आवश्यक है कि हम साथ मिलकर ऐसा रोड मैप बनाएं जिससे एआई का सही इम्पैक्ट दिखे। और सही इम्पैक्ट तभी आता है जब हम सही समय पर सही नियत से सही निर्णय लेते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक के समय दुनिया ने देखा है कि जब हम एक दूसरे के साथ खड़े होते हैं तो असंभव भी संभव हो जाता है। वैक्सीन विकास से लेकर सप्लाई चेन तक, डेटा साझा करने से लेकर जीवन बचाने तक सहयोग ने ही समाधान दिया। टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे मानवता की सेवा का माध्यम बन सकता है, ये हमने भारत में कोविड काल में देखा है। हमारा जो डिजिटल वैक्सीनेशन प्लेटफॉर्म था, उसने करोड़ों लोगों को समय पर वैक्सीनेट कराने में बहुत मदद की। हमारे यूपीआई ने उन मुश्किल परिस्थितियों में भी ये सुनिश्चित किया कि लोग आसानी से ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन करते रहें। यूपीआई ने भारत में डिजिटल डिवाइड को दूर करने में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। बीते वर्षों में भारत ने एक वाइब्रेंट डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया है। हम इसे दुनिया के साथ भी शेयर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे लिए टेक्नोलॉजी पावर का नहीं बल्कि सेवा का माध्यम है। पावर नहीं, एम्पावर करना। एआई की दिशा भी ऐसी होनी चाहिए जिससे पूरी मानवता का कल्याण हो। फ्रेंड्स, अतीत में टेक्नोलॉजी ने डिवीजन क्रिएट किए, लेकिन वर्तमान में एआई टेक्नोलॉजी सबके लिए सुलभ हो, सबकी पहुंच में हो, यह हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। इसलिए आज जब हम एआई के फ्यूचर पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं तो हमें ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं और प्राथमिकताओं को भी एआई गवर्नेंस के केंद्र में रखना होगा। एक्सेलेंसीज, युग चाहे कोई भी रहा हो, एथिक्स हमेशा ही चर्चा के केंद्र में रहा है। अंतर बस इतना आया है कि पहले अनएथिकल बिहेवियर का दायरा बहुत छोटा होता था, लेकिन एआई में इसका दायरा असीमित है, अनलिमिटेड है। इसलिए एआई के लिए हमें एथिकल बिहेवियर और नॉर्म्स का दायरा भी असीमित बनाना होगा। एआई कंपनियों के सामने बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है प्रॉफिट के साथ साथ पर्पज पर भी फोकस हो। ऐसे एथिकल कमिटमेंट की बहुत आवश्यकता है। व्यक्तिगत स्तर पर एआई हमारी लर्निंग, इंटेलिजेंस और इमोशंस को प्रभावित कर रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, एआई के एथिकल उपयोग के लिए मेरे 3 सुझाव हैं। फर्स्ट, डेटा सॉवरेनिटी को रिस्पेक्ट करते हुए एआई ट्रेनिंग के लिए एक डेटा फ्रेमवर्क बने। जैसे एआई में कहा जाता है, गार्बेज इन, गार्बेज आउट। अगर डेटा सुरक्षित, संतुलित, विश्वसनीय नहीं होगा तो आउटपुट भी भरोसेमंद नहीं होगा। इसलिए ग्लोबल ट्रस्टेड डेटा फ्रेमवर्क जरूरी है। सेकंड, एआई प्लेटफॉर्म अपने सेफ्टी रूल्स बहुत क्लियर और ट्रांसपेरेंट रखे। हमें ब्लैक बॉक्स के बदले ग्लास बॉक्स अप्रोच चाहिए, जहां सेफ्टी रूल्स देखे और वेरीफाई किए जा सके। तब अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी क्लियर होगी और बिजनेस में एथिकल बिहेवियर को भी बूस्ट मिलेगा। थर्ड, एआई रिसर्च में पेपर क्लिप प्रॉब्लम का उदाहरण दिया जाता है। अगर किसी मशीन को सिर्फ पेपर क्लिप बनाने का लक्ष्य दे दिया जाए तो वह उसका एक काम के लिए दुनिया के सारे रिसोर्सेज को दांव पर लगाकर भी वही काम करती रहेगी। इसलिए एआई को क्लियर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज और गाइडेंस की जरूरत है। टेक्नोलॉजी पावरफुल है, लेकिन डायरेक्शन हमेशा मानव ही तय करेगा। फ्रेंड, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एआई की ग्लोबल जर्नी में एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया एआई की बड़ी भूमिका है और अपने इस दायित्व को समझते हुए भारत आज बड़े कदम उठा रहा है। अपने एआई मिशन के माध्यम से आज भारत में 38,000 जीपीएस मौजूद है और अपने अगले 6 महीनों में हम 24,000 जीपीयूज और लगाने जा रहे हैं। हम अपने स्टार्टअप्स को बहुत ही अफोर्डेबल रेट्स पर वर्ल्ड क्लास कंप्यूटिंग पावर उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। हमने एक एआई कोष भी बनाया है। इसके माध्यम से 7,500 से अधिक डेटा सेट्स और 270 एआई मॉडल्स को नेशनल रिसोर्स के रूप में शेयर किया गया है। फ्रेंड्स, एआई को लेकर भारत की दिशा स्पष्ट है, भारत का विचार स्पष्ट है। एआई पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए एक शेयर्ड रिसोर्स है। हमें मिलकर ऐसा एआई फ्यूचर बनाना होगा जो इनोवेशन को आगे बढ़ाए, इंक्लूजन को मजबूत करें और ह्यूमन वैल्यूज का समावेश करके आगे बढ़े। जब टेक्नोलॉजी और ह्यूमन ट्रस्ट साथ साथ चलेंगे तो एआई का सही इंपैक्ट दुनिया पर दिखेगा। अब मैं आपके विचार सुनने के लिए बहुत ही उत्सुक हूं। एक्सेलेंसीज, अब मैं ब्राजील के राष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी प्रेसिडेंट लूला को उनके रिमार्क्स के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। राष्ट्रपति जी, एक वरिष्ठ और अनुभवी लीडर के रूप में आपका नेतृत्व एआई में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं आपके बहुमूल्य विचारों के लिए आपका स्वागत करता हूं और हमें आप संबोधित करें।
Caro amigo Narendra Modi, primeiro-ministro da Índia, meu caro amigo Narendra Modi, primeiro-ministro da Índia, senhores chefes de Estados, senhores chefes de governo. Para o Brasil, é uma satisfação participar da cúpula de impacto de inteligência artificial organizada pelo governo indiano, sendo esta a primeira ocasião em que se realiza no sul global. Aqui em Delhi, o mundo digital retorna à sua terra natal. Foram matemáticos indianos que nos legaram, há mais de 2.000 anos, o sistema binário que viria a estruturar a computação moderna. Fazemos o caminho de volta para debater um dos maiores dilemas da atualidade. Nossas sociedades encontram-se em uma encruzilhada. A quarta revolução industrial avança rapidamente, enquanto o multilateralismo recua perigosamente. É nesse contexto que a governança global da inteligência artificial assume um papel estratégico. Toda inovação tecnológica de grande impacto possui caráter dual e nos confronta com questões éticas e políticas. A aviação, o uso do átomo, a engenharia genética e a corrida espacial são exemplos desse fenômeno. Elas podem multiplicar o bem-estar coletivo ou lançar sombras sobre o destino da humanidade. A revolução digital e a inteligência artificial elevam esse desafio a níveis sem precedentes. Elas impactam positivamente a produtividade industrial, os serviços públicos, a medicina, a segurança alimentar e energética e a forma como conectamos uns com os outros. Mas também podem fomentar práticas extremamente nefastas, como o emprego de armas autônomas, discurso de ódio, desinformação, pornografia infantil, feminicídio, violência contra mulheres e meninas e precarização do trabalho. Conteúdos falsos manipulados por inteligência artificial distorcem processos eleitorais e põem em risco a democracia. Os algoritmos não são apenas aplicações de códigos matemáticos que sustentam o mundo digital. São parte de uma complexa estrutura de poder. Sem ação coletiva, a inteligência artificial aprofundará desigualdades históricas. Capacidades computacionais, infraestrutura e capital permanecem efetivamente concentrados em poucos países e empresas. Os dados gerados por nossos cidadãos, empresas e organismos públicos estão sendo apropriados por poucos conglomerados sem contrapartida equivalente em geração de valor e renda em nossos territórios. Segundo a União Internacional de Telecomunicações, 2 bilhões e 600 milhões de pessoas estão desconectadas do universo digital. As estimativas mostram que em 2030 ainda teremos 660 milhões de pessoas sem eletricidade. Quando poucos controlam os algoritmos e as infraestruturas digitais, não estamos falando de inovação, mas de dominação. A regulamentação das chamadas Big Techs está ligada ao imperativo de salvaguardar os direitos humanos na esfera digital, promover a integridade da informação e proteger as indústrias criativas de nossos países. O modelo atual de negócio dessas empresas depende da exploração de dados pessoais, da renúncia do direito à privacidade e da monetização de conteúdos chamativos que amplificam radicalização política. O regime de governança dessas tecnologias definirá quem participa, quem é explorado e quem ficará à margem desse processo. Colocar o ser humano no centro das nossas decisões é tarefa urgente. O Congresso brasileiro discute uma política de atração de investimentos em centro de dados e um marco regulatório de inteligência artificial. O Brasil lançou em 2025 o Plano Brasileiro de Inteligência Artificial. Esse plano expressa nosso compromisso com a melhoria da qualidade de vida das pessoas, através de serviços públicos mais ágeis e maior estímulo à geração de emprego e renda. Este foi o paradigma da declaração sobre inteligência artificial que aprovamos na cúpula dos BRICS no Rio de Janeiro no ano passado. Essa é a postura que o Brasil adota no diálogo com outros parceiros e fóruns. Participamos da iniciativa da China sobre a criação de uma organização internacional para a cooperação em inteligência artificial, com foco nos países em desenvolvimento. Dialogamos com a parceria global em inteligência artificial que nasceu no G7. Mas nenhum desses fóruns substitui a universalidade das Nações Unidas para uma governança internacional da inteligência artificial que seja multilateral, inclusiva e orientada ao desenvolvimento. O Pacto Digital Global que aprovamos em Nova York em setembro de 2024 estabeleceu um mecanismo crucial. O painel científico internacional independente sobre inteligência artificial é o primeiro órgão científico global sobre o tema e reúne especialistas, fatos e evidências em suas manifestações. O Brasil defende uma governança que reconheça a diversidade de trajetórias nacionais e garanta que a inteligência artificial fortaleça a democracia, a coesão social e a soberania dos países. Senhoras e senhores, a Índia, ao longo de sua história, legou à humanidade contribuições fecundas e extraordinárias em diversos campos do conhecimento, nas artes, na ciência e na filosofia. Uma herança que traz à luz grandes dilemas éticos sobre a justiça, a diversidade, a inclusão e a resiliência. Este patrimônio é um poderoso referencial na busca por respostas aos desafios que a inteligência artificial impõe às sociedades contemporâneas. Muito obrigado.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रेसिडेंट लूला। आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है, हमारा लंच साथ में ही करना है, तो आप सब लंच भी साथ साथ करते रहिए और उत्तम विचारों को भी सुनते रहिए। अब मैं एस्टोनिया के राष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी कारिस को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you, Prime Minister Modi. Dear Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We live in an era in which technology is evolving more quickly than societal rules and institutions can keep up with it. Estonia's vision is to become one of the world's leading AI-powered state in coming decade. To support this ambition, the government has launched the Eesti.ai program, a national initiative to systematically apply AI across the economy and the public sector. Our goal is clear: to boost productivity, increase the value of work, and secure Estonia's long-term competitiveness despite demographic constraint. Importantly, this is not a project for technologists, but a societal and economic strategy of transformation. In the agentic era, AI must serve people, not the other way around. This means transparent data use, people's control over their data, and the ability to question AI-driven decisions. At the same time, Estonia is investing in the next generation through the AI Leap initiative, a public-private partnership that provides students and teachers nationwide with access to advanced AI tools, training and learning frameworks. By equipping citizens with AI literacy, critical thinking and creativity, we will strengthen both our innovation ecosystem and our open society. For Estonia, it is not a question of whether to use AI. The question is how to do so in a way that bolsters people's freedoms, the level of trust and legal certainty. In the AI era, digital sovereignty has become part of 21st century's national security. That means not just physical infrastructure, but computing power, secure data management, and autonomous solutions. Small countries are unable to compete with large ones in terms of capital and computing power. We can, however, compete on trust, transparency, and values-based governance. Estonia's goal is to become a global testing ground for responsible AI, one in which technology and the legal space develop in tandem and where innovation is tested in actual society while protecting people's interests. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of last year, the United Nations General Assembly established a global dialogue on AI governance as an inclusive platform within the UN for states and stakeholders to address the pressing AI challenges facing humanity. Estonia is honored to co-facilitate this process together with El Salvador, and we are committed to carrying out this responsibility with great dedication. The success of the AI era will not be measured in growth in productivity or the number of automated processes, but more importantly, by whether people feel safe, included, and empowered. To continue these conversations, Estonia will be hosting the Tallinn Digital Summit on 5th and 6th of November, focusing on resilience of AI-driven societies. Thank you very much for your attention.
आपने अपने रिमार्क्स में एआई के कई महत्वपूर्ण पहलुओं को स्पर्श किया। इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। 24 फरवरी को आपका नेशनल डे है। मैं सभी भारतवासियों की ओर से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अब मैं सर्बिया के राष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी वुचिच को उनके रिमार्क्स के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Honorable Prime Minister, dear friend Narendra Modi, Your Excellencies, I'll do my best to fit myself into proposed 3 minutes. And I've seen recently on Indian TV a big question, an important question for all of us, whether AI is becoming a savior or a killer. And I'm certain that nobody knows a proper response. But the real issue is that we'll all use artificial intelligence, we'll embrace it, and we'll have to do everything in order to secure that AI serve for our needs, for humanity needs, for people's needs, not vice versa. Speaking about hope and concern, as a prudent and cautious person, would like to emphasize the following. Nobel Prize winner Albert Einstein warned that technology can surpass our ability to use it wisely. Today we face the same question. Does our political capacity keep pace with the speed of technological development? Because artificial intelligence is becoming infrastructure, and infrastructure is always a political issue. Countries that control key digital infrastructure and technological platforms have the ability to set standards. Countries that depend on other systems adapt to rules they did not define themselves. That is why today's debate on AI is not about the speed of AI models or the volume of data. It is about who will have the capacity to make decisions. We are witnessing an unprecedented concentration of technological power. Several centers around the world are developing the most advanced models, possess the largest computing capacities, and shape standards that are becoming global. This is a reality we cannot ignore. But the key question is this: will this concentration of power become a permanent state in which a small number of shareholders set the rules for everyone else? If digital infrastructure remains closed within a narrow circle, the rest of the world will not only fall behind in development, its sovereignty will be conditioned by decisions made by others. Sovereignty in the 21st century is no longer solely a territorial category. It implies a state's ability to manage the data of its citizens, to understand and regulate algorithmic systems that influence the economy, security, and public policy, to develop its own experts and research capacities, and to make regulatory decisions without external pressure. Without this, political independence becomes merely formal. Serbia understands this. We are not a technological superpower, but we are not passive observers either. In recent years, we have strongly invested in research centers, education in artificial intelligence, and regulatory frameworks that follow technological developments. For us, AI is not a symbol of modernity, it is a matter of long-term stability. In a world where algorithms are used to manage financial flows, energy networks, logistics systems, and security analysis, a country that lacks its own knowledge and capacities becomes dependent on external assessments and decisions. Such dependence is unsustainable. It's around 3 minutes and would like to add just one sentence. Dear Prime Minister, I believe that all of us from all over the world should find a common denominator in tackling all the concerns about this big issue. Otherwise, I would rather be a part of that second camp that you were speaking about today morning. Thank you once again for your great hospitality and wish you good work. Thanks a lot.
राष्ट्रपति जी, आपके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 15 फरवरी को सर्बिया का स्टेटहुड डे मनाया गया। इस अवसर पर मैं आपको हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अब मैं स्लोवाकिया के राष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी पेलेग्रिनी को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear Prime Minister Modi, thank you for the warm welcome here in New Delhi. India shows the world an important truth. Technology can be built at scale, and it can help real people. Slovakia is smaller, but we can move very fast. We are practical, and we want to see real results. Today, artificial intelligence is not just about code. It is about power. It is about trust, and it is about human dignity. Let me be direct. I have 3 key points to share with you. First, AI must not stay in the hands of few. AI must not belong only to a handful of corporations or a small elite. If it does, people will feel left behind and trust will fall. So democratizing AI is not a slogan. It means access to skills, access to tools, and fair conditions for innovation for all. AI should help a nurse, a teacher, and a small business owner, not only the biggest players. This is why this summit matters. It brings together heads of state, ministers, teachers, and global business leaders. It connects the speed of innovation with the trust of people. Slovakia wants to bring a practical approach to this work, less promises and more delivery. And if we want delivery, we must talk about what truly drives AI: compute, data centers, energy. And this is my second point. Computing power is the new infrastructure. Let's speak honestly. AI needs compute, compute needs data centers, and data centers need a lot of electricity. The International Energy Agency expects this demand to grow fast in this decade. In its base case, it could roughly double by 2030. So we must prepare for that. This is where Slovakia has a very strong position. We have low-carbon, stable energy. Our energy mix is based primarily on nuclear power. Over 60% of our production and the rest of hydropower. And there is another point, it is strategic. AI capability and resilience increasingly depend on where trusted compute is physically located and how it is governed. Sensitive data must stay under clear legal protection. That is why jurisdiction matters. And we are moving from talk to implementation. Work on AI factory project in Slovakia, built on the newest generation of GPU chips, is progressing very fast, and we want to make it real very soon in this year. This places Slovakia among early movers in our region in building sovereign AI infrastructure. Instead of exporting electricity as a raw commodity, we want to turn our energy niche into a digital export with higher value, and we want to build a local AI ecosystem around it. And now let me move on to my third point, education and real use, not just words. In AI, the world does not need more words. The world does not need more words. It needs results. Slovakia is building capacity to use AI in key sectors. We do it as a part of our digital transformation work and our AI vision work. In November 2025, Slovakia held the Bratislava AI Forum together with the OECD. It focused on AI and education, and it confirmed my belief, if we want safe and useful AI, education must lead the way. That is why I'm here today also with our Minister of Education, because we take this topic very, very seriously. We see clear areas with a real public value. Healthcare, AI can support better decision and earlier detection. Education, AI can support teachers and skills for the future. Public services, AI can help services work faster and better. And we are building also compute at home. In November 2025, Slovakia launched the supercomputer with the name Perun as part of our national high-performance computing capacity. This computer gives Slovakia serious compute at home. It is built for AI, simulations, and big data. It can support projects such as training AI models, image recognition, and large language models. Ladies and gentlemen, AI can speed up processes, but responsibility must always remain with a human being. The future of AI will not be decided only by faster models. It will be decided by the character of our choices. Slovakia's offer is very simple: low carbon energy, growing compute infrastructure, and the focus on trust and responsibility. Let us work together, governments, businesses, and researchers, and human-centered AI that people can trust. And let us measure success not in teraflops, but in lives improved. Thank you very much.
राष्ट्रपति जी, आपके विचारों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। अब मैं श्रीलंका के राष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी दिशा नायक को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
गरु इंडियानु अग्रामातितुमनी සියලු ගරු රාජ්‍ය නායක නායිකාවනි සම්භාවනීය අමුත්තනි කෘතිම බුද්ධිය විසින් ආර්ථිකයන් රාජ්‍ය පාලන පද්ධති හා සමාජයන් වෙනස් කරමින් පවතින මේ සුවිශේෂී මොහොතේ නවදිල්ලියේදී ඔබ සමග එක්වීමට ලැබීම මට මහත් ගෞරවයක්. AI තාක්ෂණයේ පසුගිය සියවස්වල කාර්මිකකරණ විසින් ඇති කළ ආකාරයටම ජාතික වර්ධන ගමන් මඟ කෙරෙහි දැවැන්ත බලපෑමක් ඇති කරන පරිවර්තනීය බලවේගයක්. නමුත් AI තාක්ෂණයෙන් සවිමත් රටවල් සහ එවැනි හැකියාව නොමැති රටවල් අතර වැඩිවීමෙන් පවතින පරතරය බොහෝ රටවල් ඩිජිටල් ආර්ථිකයෙන් වියුක්ත කිරීමේ බරපතල අවදානම් නිර්මාණය කරනවා. මේ ආකාරයට පසුබසින රටවල් ගෝලීය වර්ධනයෙන් සහ නව ආර්ථික අවස්ථාවලින් තවදුරටත් විවිධ අතුරු බලපෑම්වලට ලක්විය හැකියි. එමගින් අපි අපේක්ෂා කරන සියලු දෙනා ඇතුළත් සාධාරණ සහ තිරසාර සංවර්ධන අරමුණුද අවදානමට ලක් වෙනවා. බොහෝ නැගී එන ආර්ථිකයන් මෙන්ම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවත් AI සම්පූර්ණ ලෙස භාවිතා කිරීමට අවශ්‍ය යටිතල පාසුකම් තවමත් සම්පූර්ණ කරගෙන නැහැ. ඒ නිසා නිසි අභිප්‍රාය සහ දැක්ම සමගින් අප විශ්වාසකින් හා නොපැකිලිව ක්‍රියා කළ යුතු තීරණාත්මක මොහොතක් එළඹිලා තිබෙනවා. තරුණ තාක්ෂණික දැනුමින් සන්නද්ධ මානව සම්පතක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව සතු තිබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම අපට ශක්තිමත් නීතිමය පද්ධතිය සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර හවුල්කාරීත්වය සමග බැඳුණු ආර්ථික සංස්කෘතියක්ද තිබෙනවා. අපි පෞද්ගලික දත්ත ආරක්ෂණය සහ සයිබර් ආරක්ෂණය පිළිබඳ නීතිමය රාමු නවීකරණය කරමින් ඩිජිටල් පොදු යටිතල පහසුකම් සඳහා අඛණ්ඩව ආයෝජනය කරමින් නවෝත්පාදන දිරිමත් කරන මහජන විශ්වාසය රැකගත හැකි ආයතන ශක්තිමත් කරමින් සිටිනවා. ලෝකයේ අද AI තාක්ෂණයේ අභිප්‍රායන් අයිතිවාසිකම් සහ ආරක්ෂාව පිළිබඳ විවාද කරමින් සිටිනවා. එහෙත් මෙහිදී මෙතෙක් මගහැරී ගිය තීරණාත්මක පැතිකඩක් පෙන්වා දීමට කැමැතියි. එනම් සංස්කෘතික ගැළපීමයි. මානව සංහතියේ සංස්කෘතික වටිනාකම් සහ හැකියාවන් තවදුරටත් ප්‍රවර්ධනයට මේ තාක්ෂණයන් ඉවහල් කරගත යුතුයි. ලෝක මට්ටමේ AI තාක්ෂණයේ භාෂා සහ මතවාදයන් කීපයකට පමණ සීමා වුණොත් අපගේ අනන්‍ය වූ සංස්කෘතික විවිධත්වයේ ගිලී යාමේ අවදානමක් පවතිනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකාව සහ ඉන්දියාව වැනි රටවල් වලට තම භාෂාවන් සහ සංස්කෘතිය යනු ගෞරවයේ මෙන්ම විශ්වාසයේ පදනමයි. මෙවැනි සංස්කෘතික ගැළපීමක් සාක්ෂාත් කර ගැනීම සඳහා පුළුල් අන්තර්ග්‍රහණය සහ සංරක්ෂණය සිදුවීම අවශ්‍යයි. මේදී අපගේ දේශීය භාෂා සහ සංස්කෘතික දැනුම ඩිජිටල්කරණය කර ඒවා කෘත්‍රිම බුද්ධිපත්ති තුළට බද්ධ කළ යුතුයි. එමෙන්ම ආරක්ෂාව සහ සුරක්ෂිතතාව පිළිබඳව උපරිම අවධානය යොමු වීම වැදගත්. අපගේ සංස්කෘතික වටිනාකම් වලට AI මගින් සිදුවන අහිතකර බලපෑම් වලින් ආරක්ෂා වීමේ පද්ධති ස්ථාපිත කළ යුතු වෙනවා. අපගේ දැක්ම හුදකලා සාර්ථකත්වයක් අත්පත් කර ගැනීම නොවේ. ඒකාබද්ධ වීමයි. AI යටතල පාසුකම් අපි දකින්නේ ආර්ථික සංස්කෘතික සහයෝගීතාවයේ ඊළඟ මායිම ලෙසයි. එම නිසා ශ්‍රී ලංකාව කලාපීය සහභාගීතාවයක් යෝජනා කරනවා. මෙහිදී එය අඩු වියදමින් ලබාගත හැකි මධ්‍යගත පාලනික යුත් භාෂා දත්ත කට්ටල පොදු වැගීම් ක්‍රම සහ ආරක්ෂක මෙවලම් මෙන්ම ඒකාබද්ධ ධාරිතා සංවර්ධනය සහ යන මූලික කරුණු හතර මත පදනම් වීම ඉතා වැදගත්. මේ ප්‍රයත්නය මගින් AI ප්‍රතිලාභ වෙත අප සැමට පුළුල් සහ සාධාරණ ලෙස ප්‍රවේශ විය හැකි බව මාගේ විශ්වාසයයි. මේ තත්ත්වය තුළ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව ජාතික මෙන්ම කලාපීය මට්ටමේ අවශ්‍යතාවද සපුරාලිය හැකි AI හැකියාවන්ගේ යුත් දත්ත යටිතල පාසුකම් සංවර්ධනය කිරීම පිළිබඳව ගවේෂණය කරමින් සිටිනවා. ඩිජිටල් පොදු යටිතල පාසුකම් සහ තාක්ෂණික කුසලතා පිළිබඳව ගෝලීය නායකත්වයන් අත්පත් කරගන්නමින් සිටින ඉන්දියාව සානිකුත් රාජ්‍යයන් සමග සමීප කටයුතු කරමින් තිරසාර ආරක්ෂිත සහ අනාගතයට සූදානම් කලාපීය AI දත්ත මධ්‍යස්ථාන ධාරිතාවන් ස්ථාපිත කිරීමට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට විශාල විභවයක් තිබෙනවා. ගරු සම්භාවනීය අමුත්තනි, කිසිදු රටකට AI සඳහා සූදානම් අනාගතයක් තනිව ගොඩනගාගත නොහැකි බව අපගේ වැටහීමයි. ලෝකය හා මෙම කලාපයේ රාජ්‍යයන්ගේ අදහස් රැසක් සැලකිල්ලට ගනිමින් අප විසින් නවදිල්ලියේදී එකඟ වන ඒකාබද්ධ ප්‍රකාශයේ මෙම සහයෝගීතාවයේ වැදගත්කම ඉස්මතු කර තිබීම සතුටට කරුණක්. ඒ නිසා කිසියෙකු අත් නොහැරෙනසේ සහ ආචාර ධර්ම මූලික කරගත් කෘත්‍රිම බුද්ධිය පිළිබඳව පොදු වටිනාකම් බෙදා ගනිමින් අන්‍යෝන්‍ය වශයෙන් ඉගෙන ගැනීමට සහ හවුල්ව ඉදිරියට යාමට ශ්‍රී ලංකාව සූදානම් වේවින් ස්තුතියි.
एक्सेलेंसी, AI के विषय में हम श्रीलंका जैसे पड़ोसी और मित्र देश के साथ जरूर मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे। आपके विचारों के लिए मैं आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। अब मैं स्विट्जरलैंड के राष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी पार्मेला को उनके रिमार्क्स के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar. Thank you for inviting me to this important summit. It is an honor to be here in India at this pivotal moment for global AI governance. I want to express my gratitude to the government of India for hosting this landmark event and for bringing together such a diverse and distinguished group of leaders, innovators, researchers, and civil society representatives from around the world. Your commitment to inclusive dialogue and multilateral cooperation sets a powerful example for all of us. What makes artificial intelligence revolutionary is not just the speed of its development in learning, processing data, and supporting decisions. What makes it extraordinary is how directly it influences our daily lives, in business, in government, in research. When we use AI wisely, it can lead to more innovation, more inclusion, and greater prosperity for all. India and Switzerland are natural partners. Both recognize that responsible AI does not hinder innovation, it enables it. Both value inclusion as a source of legitimacy. Together, we are building a bridge between ambition and implementation, between global innovation and global accountability. When civil society, tech firms, academic institutions, and communities contribute to shaping AI policy, the resulting systems are more robust, more equitable, and ultimately more trustworthy. And for this ambition, international Geneva plays a key role. Nowhere else do so many international organizations, research institutes, tech companies, and think tanks meet. This network, diplomacy, technology, science is a major strength of Switzerland. While countries take turns hosting the summit, the conversation needs a steady anchor, a place where knowledge can accumulate. Geneva plays that role today, as a global hub where diplomacy meets innovation and where humanitarian, legal, scientific, and economic institutions work side by side. It offers an environment where AI governance can mature over time. This anchoring power rests on an ecosystem that goes far beyond venues and institutions. Geneva stands at the epicenter of multilateralism, hosting the International Telecommunication Union and a remarkable array of specialized agencies advancing digital transformation. The International Committee of the Red Cross is a pioneer in digital humanitarianism and in addressing autonomous systems. The World Meteorological Organization harnesses AI for climate prediction. The International Labour Organization explores AI's impact on the future of work. The World Intellectual Property Organization addresses AI and intellectual property rights. Today, I'm pleased to announce that Switzerland is ready and committed to host the AI Summit in Geneva in 2027. From the previous summits in Bletchley, Seoul, and Paris, to here in India, and on to Switzerland, an arc is being drawn, a continuous journey leading to responsible AI governance. So Switzerland is looking forward to hosting the 2027 AI Summit in Geneva and to working with the subsequent incoming host of the 2028 AI Summit, the United Arab Emirates, as partner for the Geneva Summit. There is an ancient Indian philosophy that teaches us that we need a collective approach to achieve shared goals. Vasu Dainara Kutum Bakam. The world is one family. Dhanyawad, thank you.
राष्ट्रपति जी, आपके उम्दा विचारों के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और हम सबको निमंत्रण देने के लिए भी मैं आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। अब मैं लिक्टेनस्टाइन के हेरिडिटरी प्रिंस हिज सीरियन हाइनेस प्रिंस अलोइस को उनके संबोधन के लिए निमंत्रित करता हूं।
Dear Prime Minister Modi, I also want to thank you very much for hosting and organizing this most important summit. Excellencies, artificial intelligence is one of the defining technological developments of our time. Yet, the question it raises extends far beyond technology, or as you, Mr. Prime Minister, said, it's transformational. It compels states to consider how responsibility, accountability, and trust can be upheld in a digital age. Technology progress moves quickly. It is measured in years or even in months. Institutional trust moves more slowly. It is built over generations. AI will test our ability to align these very different rhythms. For a country like Liechtenstein, thinking in generation is part of our political culture. We ask not only what is possible, but what is sustainable. Small states may not lead in scale, but we can lead in quality by fostering trusted environments, clear rules, and predictable frameworks where innovation can grow responsibly. Our experience shows that innovation and trust are not opposing forces. Innovation becomes sustainable only when it rests on the foundation of trust. Responsible governance plays a critical role in achieving this balance. AI brings meaningful opportunities, from better public services to new business models and enhanced cross-border cooperation. To harness this potential, we must ensure that AI serves humanity as a whole and aligns with our fundamental values. AI governance is a global challenge that requires global solutions. Cross-border collaboration is essential to ensure that the benefits of AI are shared broadly and not concentrated among few. Liechtenstein supports international cooperation to ensure that AI development is guided by responsibility and trust. We value open dialogue between policymakers, scientists, and industry to develop ethical and sustainable AI solutions. In this spirit, I thank India for convening this important summit and for creating the space for such dialogue. Excellencies, technology should never be an end in itself. It must serve the well-being of people and societies. The true measure of AI's success is whether it sustainably supports our societies today and the generations to come. I thank you.
Your Serene Highness, आपके बहुमूल्य शब्दों के लिए हार्दिक धन्यवाद। अब मैं भूटान के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी शेरिंग तोब्गे को उनके वक्तव्य के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar and Kuzuzangbo. More than 3,000 years ago, India's sages articulated profound insight on the nature of knowledge. We saw a glimpse of it in the Gyan Bharatam exhibition. In Chapter 1, Section 1, Verse 4 of the Mundaka Upanishad, for instance, these sages declared, Dve vidde vedittave iti hasma yada brahma vido vadanti para chaiva aparacha. Those who know ultimate reality say that there are two kinds of knowledge to be known, paravidya and aparavidya, that is higher knowledge and lower knowledge. Lower knowledge, aparavidya, is a mastery of skills, systems, and techniques. Higher knowledge, paravidya, is wisdom, understanding meaning, responsibility, and purpose. This distinction has always been important, but today it is critical. We live in a time where artificial intelligence is advancing at breakneck speed. AI can analyze enormous amounts of data. It can identify patterns that we cannot see. It can take decisions at scale and at a speed that no human can match. This is the triumph of aparavidya, technical assistance, technical excellence. But whether AI benefits humanity or not will depend entirely on paravidya, on wisdom. So perhaps the most important question of our time is not how intelligent our machines will become, but whether we will remain wise enough to guide them. If wisdom does not guide innovation, technology can deepen inequality, spread misinformation, and move faster than governance can respond. It can cause destruction. So we must heed the wisdom of the clairvoyant mantra drashtas. We must balance paravidya with aparavidya. And where better to reflect on this balance than here in India, the birthplace of this profound insight. And who better to help lead this conversation than Your Excellency, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, my elder brother, a spiritual master whose leadership reflects the confidence of a civilization rooted in ancient wisdom. This is why Bhutan is proud to walk alongside India as you shape the future of a responsible and inclusive AI. In this shared journey, we have many opportunities for collaboration. Allow me very quickly to highlight two areas that may be especially relevant. The first one is energy. Artificial intelligence requires enormous computational capacity, which in turn requires unprecedented amounts of energy. Bhutan's hydropower has long been a symbol of partnership between our two countries, India and Bhutan. We are deeply grateful to the government of India for decades of steadfast cooperation built on trust and mutual benefit. Today, we see new possibilities as we expand our renewable energy portfolio by including partnerships with leading Indian companies such as Tata Power and Adani Power. But we have opportunities to welcome many more from India and beyond. Clean energy powers homes and industries. Now this clean, renewable energy is poised to drive the next generation of digital infrastructure and AI innovation, not just in Bhutan, but in our region. The second area for collaboration is the Gelifu Mindfulness City, or GMC. Under the visionary leadership of His Majesty the King, and with the steadfast support of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Bhutan has established the Gelifu Mindfulness City, a city as a hub for sustainable innovation and responsible enterprise. Powered by abundant, clean, renewable energy, GMC is designed to attract energy-intensive industries, including green data centers and AI research, enabling advanced technologies to scale on a foundation of clean, renewable power. It is our vision to create a space where compute capacity grows not at the expense of the planet, but in harmony with it, guided by environmental stewardship, ethical responsibility, and Bhutan's value-based development philosophy. This is AI with purpose, not AI without limits. A technological sanctuary where higher wisdom shapes technological capacity. My friends here, these are just two of the many areas where we can collaborate on responsible and inclusive AI. If you are interested to collaborate, let's meet here. My team, who you'll recognize by our national dress, my team will be happy to discuss green energy and data and AI compute center investment, design of Bhutan context SLM, sovereign compute and robotic platforms with you. And if we find that we are pressed for time, or if you're seeing this message online, especially to my Indian friends, this is a message especially to my Indian friends, come and visit us in Bhutan. If you need a personal invite, my email ID is ttopge@cabinet.gov.pt. Your Excellencies, the AI revolution will not wait for us. It will continue to move forward. The question is whether we shape it intentionally, guided by values of our ancient civilizations and the wisdom of the Upanishads, or whether we allow it to be driven by speed and scale without moral direction. History will not judge us by how advanced our technology was. It will judge us by whether that technology made our societies fairer, kinder, and more humane. And it is visionary and responsible leadership that ensures such progress serves all of humanity. I see this leadership in Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. My elder brother, you are a Brahmavid. And as such, it is a privilege for Bhutan to stand by India's side as we embark on a journey together to realize the Mana vision for AI. A vision that will ensure that AI means prosperity for all, that AI means happiness for all. Thank you very much, and Tashidale.
एक्सेलेंसी, भूटान ने सदैव टेक्नोलॉजी और नेचर के बीच संतुलन बनाकर आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा दी है। अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। अब मैं बोलिविया के उपराष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी मोंतानिया को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Muy buenos días, primer ministro de la India. Agradecer la invitación, saludar a todas sus excelencias, jefes de Estado y líderes presentes. Desde este país tan hospitalario es un honor saludarlos a todos ustedes. En Bolivia creemos que la inteligencia artificial no es solamente un avance tecnológico. Creemos que es una decisión histórica sobre el modelo de desarrollo que queremos para nuestras sociedades. La inteligencia artificial puede mejorar el sistema de salud de mi país, el sistema de educación, la productividad agrícola y ganadera y sobre todo puede ayudar a combatir la corrupción que está encarnada por una burocracia donde priman los papeles. Y ahora, con la inteligencia artificial, queremos eliminar los trámites con papeles y queremos hacer todo digital. El Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia tiene una oportunidad importante de cerrar brechas y acelerar el progreso de nuestra nación. Por eso defendemos una inteligencia artificial, pero con 3 principios fundamentales: la dignidad humana, la cooperación internacional y un desarrollo sostenible. La innovación tecnológica no puede ser para reemplazar a las personas, tampoco para excluirlas. El futuro digital debe construirse con equidad, con ética y sobre todo con solidaridad entre todas las naciones. Es por eso que desde Bolivia extendemos la mano para trabajar junto a la República Hermana de la India y también con toda la comunidad internacional. Con una inteligencia artificial que sea en beneficio de toda, pero de toda la humanidad. Con estas palabras, quiero agradecer la hospitalidad. Ha sido un honor estar acá. Muchísimas gracias.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपने बहुत ही निर्धारित समय में अपनी बात पूरी की। इसके लिए मैं आपका विशेष रूप से आभार मानता हूं और आपके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं क्रोएशिया के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी प्लेनकोविचो अपने रिमार्क्स करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. Thank you for hosting 4th Artificial Intelligence Summit in India at a moment when technological change is accelerating faster than at any time in human history. From the dawn of civilization until the year 2000, humanity produced only a few hundred exabytes of recorded information. Today, every single day, we generate almost twice the total of all previous human history. Yet, the true disruption is not only scale, but the shifting balance between verified knowledge and noise. With more than 6 billion smartphones worldwide, anyone can broadcast instantly to a global audience. The boundary between fact, opinion, and manipulation is increasingly blurred. AI now produces content so convincing that truth and fabrication are harder to distinguish. A breakthrough with immense promise, but serious risks in the wrong hands. Democracy rests not on the rule of the most learned, but on the judgment of the majority. That majority remains free only if it is reasonably well informed. Otherwise, freedom of choice risks becoming the freedom of delusion. Artificial intelligence amplifies both our capability and our responsibility. It transforms healthcare, education, business, public services, and leisure. Europe has chosen a distinctive path, human-centered AI, grounded in fundamental rights, transparency, and accountability. Croatia believes that in the 21st century, digital infrastructure and data governance are matters of sovereignty and resilience, not merely of technology. 2 weeks ago, I chaired our National Council for Digital Transformation, and we decided that the digital transformation is our core national priority for the years to come. 6 years ago, fewer than 3 out of 20 Croatian households had access to 5G. Today, 19 out of 20 do. Fiber broadband reaches 75% of households. 5G coverage exceeds 94%, and nearly 83% of citizens use digital public services. Infrastructure alone, however, does not define a digital nation. Talent and enterprise do. Croatian technology companies are increasingly visible on the global stage. InfoBeep enables secure digital communication at a global scale across leading messaging platforms. Rimac pioneers high-performance electric and autonomous mobility systems. Microblink delivers AI-driven computer vision used across financial and enterprise sectors. Gideon develops autonomous robots transforming global logistics. And Infinum designs and engineers complex digital and AI-enabled products for lending international brands. Together, they demonstrate how engineering, excellence, and ambition translate into globally competitive innovation, along with further investments in data centers. But innovation alone is not progress. Progress requires direction and responsibility. There, we see the key role of regulators in keeping up the pace of innovators. Decisive question is not whether we can move faster, but whether we can guide this transformation wisely. Therefore, artificial intelligence must be, as you said, Prime Minister, inclusive for all, and serve as the useful instrument of free societies. Thank you.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपके महत्वपूर्ण विचारों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं फिनलैंड के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी ऑर्को को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Prime Minister Modi, Excellencies, first I would like to thank and congratulate Government and Prime Minister for making this summit reality. Namaste. It comes a crucial moment when the world urgently needs shared understanding, common rules, and political will for responsible use of AI. AI is not just a tool. It is becoming a foundation of competitiveness and strategic resilience. Finland and my government is firmly committed to advancing AI in ways that strengthening our economy, security, and our democratic societies. AI governance faces a fundamental challenge. Science moves faster than politics. That is precisely why we must act together with ambition and clarity, while keeping a human-centered and trustworthy vision at the core. In Europe, regulation must remain predictable and balanced, strong enough to safeguard our values, but smart enough to accelerate responsible technological process and fast industrial adoption. The AI race consists of multiple marathons, not just one sprint, and we are only at the starting line. AI must serve people, not the other way around. We must address the legitimate concerns our citizens raise. Trust in public administration is built on fairness and safety. We must also bring the public sector and technology innovators close together. When a public agency finds an AI company with the right solution, we create efficiency and better services for citizens. Finland is building a world-class AI ecosystem that spans research, infrastructure, and deployment. We host one of Europe's leading supercomputing environments, LUMI, world-class research talents such as the Ellis Institute and abundant clean computing power. Finland hosts one of the world's most eco-efficient data centers, powered by clean energy, with excess heat recycled into local communities. This demonstrates that technological leadership and sustainability can advance hand in hand. Finland welcomes the UN's new scientific panel and AI governance dialogue and values the strong voice of the Global South, highlighted on the path from Paris to New Delhi. The choices made now will define the role of AI in our societies for decades. Let us choose openness, security, responsibility, and shared progress. Thank you.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं ग्रीस के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी मित्सोताकिस को अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you, Prime Minister. And let me begin by thanking you for hosting this very important summit and for placing India and the Global South at the very center of this global AI conversation. And the framing of this gathering that you chose around people, progress, and planet captures that artificial intelligence is not only a profound, a massive technological shift, but also a civilizational one. And the choices that we make today will determine whether AI expands opportunity or whether it deepens divides. Allow me to briefly offer three reflections. First, as many of you stated, the AI dividend must be broadly shared. Every technological revolution in the history of the world has created immense wealth. But history teaches us that the distribution of that wealth is never automatic. AI has the potential to unlock unprecedented scientific discovery, to dramatically improve healthcare, to strengthen education, to support climate resilience. But the question before us is simple. Who benefits apart from the big tech companies and their shareholders? Within our countries, governments must ensure that workers are reskilled, small businesses have access to AI tools, public services are upgraded, the farmer, the nurse, the teacher, the small entrepreneur must feel that this technology dividend is must feel this dividend in tangible ways. And concerns about significant labor displacement are legitimate and need to be addressed sooner rather than later. In Greece, we're moving in that direction as digitization has made public services much more accessible. The incorporation of AI in education will help narrow the learning divide, while advances in telemedicine, in predictive analytics, in personalized preventive care make healthcare much more proactive, shifting it from treatment in hospitals to prevention at home and improving the quality of life for all citizens. And among countries, we must avoid a world where access to compute, to data and talent is concentrated in only a few geographies. And AI cannot be a story of digital concentration. It must be a story of digital inclusion. My second observation, the state itself must improve. Technology is advancing at extraordinary speeds, but too often our public institutions are operating on an outdated operating system and rules. And if we want AI to serve society, governments must significantly update their own software. Public procurement frameworks designed for the industrial age are not fit for the AI age. And we need them to be faster, outcome-oriented, and more open to startups and innovators. Public administrations must invest in their own capacity, digital talent, data infrastructure, and AI literacy across ministries. This is not just about running a few pilots. We must move from experimentation to implementation at scale, as you have done, Prime Minister Modi, very successfully in India. And the countries that succeed in AI will not simply be those that build powerful models, but those that build capable states. To that end, we must choose our regulatory priorities wisely. For Greece and for me personally, protecting minors from digital addiction and online harm is a matter of intergenerational solidarity and a top priority for my government. And I'm happy to see that many other countries are moving in that direction, and Greece will very soon announce its own decision when it comes to banning access minors and adolescents to social media. But this goes hand in hand with our democratic responsibility to ensure, as the Prime Minister of Croatia mentioned, that technology strengthens the public square rather than overwhelms us with disinformation and hate. I'm all in favor of extensive dialogue with the big technology companies, but we need to be aware that if that dialogue does not produce concrete results, regulation will be the only answer. Finally, AI's geopolitical impact should tilt towards conversion. AI is not just about code and compute, it's part of national power, and interdependencies are embedded in the AI stack, from semiconductors to cloud infrastructure, from data sets to research collaboration, And no country can build this alone, and that is why trusted partnerships matter. In Greece, we have built partnerships with all major hyperscalers, while at the same time developing sovereign capabilities through AI, through EU-supported AI factories and initiatives led by national champions, attracting investment from across the globe. And balance is essential. A world in which technology is weaponized to coerce trusted partners, or where excessive regulation becomes a tool to suppress innovation, is a world where collective innovation declines. And if we fragment the AI ecosystem into very rigid blocks, we reduce the gains for all. And if we leverage independence responsibly, we expand opportunity for all. Ladies and gentlemen, if we ensure that the AI dividend is shared, if we modernize the state to match the technology, and if we build trusted partnerships that expand rather than fragment innovation, then AI can truly serve people, drive progress, and protect our planet. And as I was listening to the Prime Minister of India, I thought that it is a fusion of artificial intelligence and ancestral intelligence, whether it's present in ancient Sanskrit texts or the writings of Greek philosophers, that will eventually guide us towards a more prosperous and just future. And this is a message that Greece wants to send to the world, and I hope that it's one that resonates with you. Thank you.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपके रिमार्क्स के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। अब मैं गयाना के उपराष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी डॉक्टर भारत जगदेव जी को उनके रिमार्क्स के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Mr. Prime Minister, colleagues, I think if we are asked to imagine the world in a few years' time, all of us would be hard-pressed. When you have a phone that would run a model, and that model would be smarter than the sum of all human intelligence. But the one thing that unites all of us here is that we all believe that AI can have a transformative impact on people, our countries, and on development. We come from different countries here. Some of us are from the global south, some from the global north. We're of different size, capabilities, and levels of advancement of AI development and diffusion. So I want to focus today a little bit on the global south. And if we're to leave here today, speaking of one item that has been repeated several times, one idea, which is inclusion. And not just inclusion in the diffusion of AI within countries, but among countries. Then I think we have to leave this summit advancing in a very practical way how we are going to engage a significant part of the global south. And I speak here largely for those countries in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and the Pacific. Smaller countries in which, and different size and levels of diffusion of AI. If I were to define the circumstances of those countries, what do you find? You find low levels of diffusion of AI. You find a lack of awareness of the benefits of AI among policymakers and the technical staff. You find a great deal of skepticism about AI, some of it because of the fright of technology, some because of resistance from technical staff, because they're worried about their own obsolescence. And that's not an ecosystem that would allow the development or the diffusion of AI at the national level. So how can we help leaving this summit? I think we have to, first of all, have a mechanism that would promote awareness among policymakers in these countries. And secondly, to help countries organize in a coherent fashion the development and diffusion of AI in those countries, the countries with the least capacity. Now, I'm extremely pleased we have the IMF and the United Nations here. And I listened to Secretary General about wanting to raise $3 billion to assist with capacity building and diffusion of AI. But before we get to capacity building and diffusion, I think we need a more critical ingredient, one that India has, and that has led to great success in India. Bold, innovative, enlightened leadership and a solid technical core of people who will introduce and diffuse national effort or lead national effort. And so, in development planning, we have to assist those countries at the multilateral level, but through bilateral mechanism, to look at the impact of AI. A country would easily spend $20 million on building a road, but $20 million spent on AI diffusion could have a transformative impact on health and education and a more lasting impact on society. And they would not value that as much as the road now in the current planning framework because it's deficient. So we have to upgrade the planning framework. And I believe we can do this easily. We have to give help to a lot of those countries. For example, my country, we've just we bought a model to help us in diagnostics, scan, CT scan, or read CT scans, etc., and MRIs. But how do I know that's the best model in the market? Or you have a lot of carpetbagging companies that come around now, and because of unsuspecting officials in many of these countries, we latch on to the first person who comes along. We need a system to review for quality, etc., and that is absolutely lacking in these countries. So we do need that help there. And I think we can leave this summit with some practical assistance. And the larger countries that are represented here, and from the north and from the south, like Brazil and India, they have to commit to helping those smaller countries be able to build that capacity. I'm so pleased that in addressing the questions of a framework for ethical AI, sovereignty, and inclusion, that we're addressing it in a balanced way here at the summit. There was the fear that we would create a fortress mentality and that we're fighting someone else, that this would be done in a balanced way. So thank you very much, and thank you for your great leadership, Prime Minister Modi, your enlightened leadership. Thank you.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपके बहुत ही सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। 23 फरवरी को गयाना का रिपब्लिक डे मनाया जाएगा। इस अवसर पर मैं सभी भारतवासियों की ओर से आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। अब मैं कजाकिस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री His Excellency बैक्तेनोव को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Honorable Prime Minister Modi, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be in India and to address such a distinguished audience at the AI Impact Summit. I express my sincere appreciation to the government of India for holding this important event. India is rightly recognized as a global leader in digital transformation. Kazakhstan's vision aligns with the India AI mission. We also believe that AI must be inclusive, sovereign, and transformative for key sectors of the economy. Today, Kazakhstan is evolving into a regional digital hub. In the UN e-Government Development Index, we rank 24th out of 193 countries. Our country is also among the top 10 worldwide in the quality of online services. Actually, this is the real experience for our citizens. You can sell a car in 5 minutes and receive a fully online mortgage in 24 hours. Over 90% of all transactions are cashless. Capitalizing on this, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev has set a goal to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital state within 3 years. AI is a strategic pillar of our national development. We have adopted an AI law and established a Presidential AI Development Council working with global visionaries like Lee Kai-fu, Peter Norvig, John Hopcroft, Omar Al-Olama, who is here with us today, and many others. Kazakhstan is becoming a digital bridge between East and West. We are completing the Trans-Caspian fiber optic line, the shortest alternative route for global data traffic. We have deployed 2 largest supercomputing clusters in the region of Central Asia and, in partnership with NVIDIA, establishing a sovereign AI hub. In addition, we are launching the Data Center Valley. We offer more than 1 gigawatt of capacity at competitive tariffs starting from 2.5 US cents per kilowatt hour. I invite India's technology champions, entrepreneurs and investors from all over the world to use Kazakhstan as a computing power hub. We offer a full support package from infrastructure to a preferential tax and regulatory regime. Another cornerstone is human capital development. Under the AI Sana program last year, 1 million people in Kazakhstan trained on AI skills. This initiative brings together dedicated learning tracks for every group, from school children and university students to entrepreneurs and civil servants. The main element of this ecosystem is Alem AI, the International Artificial Intelligence Center, recently opened in Astana. It is a true R&D powerhouse, and we encourage leading AI companies to establish their research hubs in Astana in Alem AI. Distinguished participants, Kazakhstan is ready to become a global lab for AI solutions. In 2026 has been officially declared in Kazakhstan as the year of digitalization and artificial intelligence. Throughout the year, our country will serve as a meeting point for the global IT community. I invite you to join us at Digital Kazakhstan, GITEX Central Asia, and AI and Digital Bridge forums in shaping a new digital ecosystem for our region. We are open to new ideas, technologies, and joint projects. Thank you.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपके महत्वपूर्ण विचारों के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। अब मैं मॉरिशस के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी डॉक्टर राम गुलाम जी को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
Thank you, Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Excellencies and distinguished guests. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Republic of India and in particular Shri Narendra Modi for hosting this first ever AI summit hosted in the Global South, which provides a unique platform for us to express our concerns about how our development has been systematically undermined by inadequate accessibility to technology. The potentially disastrous reality of huge technological gaps must be addressed now. Otherwise, these inequalities that have defined international relations will be perpetuated. As rightly pointed out by His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the AI divide is already placing much of the developing world at a disadvantage, jeopardizing development and exacerbating the numerous challenges that we are facing. At the risk of rehearsing what we already all know, AI will be a structural pillar of our future development. It carries with it immense promise. It can enhance public service delivery. It can improve decision making. It can optimize resource management, strengthen climate resilience, and unlock new sectors of growth. Yet it also raises profound questions of ethics, of governance, equity, and trust. The ideal roadmap is the charting of a path towards a future where, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi rightly pointed out, it must serve the transformative power of AI, and it must serve the whole of humanity. As the logo says, welfare for all, happiness for all. Without these dedicated initiatives, without commitment of the international community, this will have no relevance. I think His Excellency the French President, President Emmanuel Macron, gave a powerful example about this vegetable seller, I think in a remote village of India, who could not open a bank account because he had no fixed address, he had no education, but now he can be paid through his mobile phone. This is a powerful example of what technology can do. I myself, I can tell you a small anecdote. I recently went to London at University College Hospital, where I worked as a doctor, to have a checkup. I was surprised. I work in the cardiac department. I was surprised. I expected they would do an ECG, an exercise ECG, an angiogram. No, it was all done by AI, which could see your arteries, could see if there was any blockage, could see where everything was working properly. This is why I say we need these dedicated initiatives. Otherwise, without the relevant infrastructure, developing countries, and in particular small island developing states that are already disadvantaged in areas like education, like health, like trade, will fall further behind. As the Vice President of Ghana just said, we must not be afraid. There is this fear among, we see this in many countries. They think they might be losing their jobs. They don't want to think outside the box and grab new technology development. Look what the internet has done. It has revolutionized the world. As the era of AI unfolds, we are reminded that small economies need rapid upskilling in order to stay competitive. And in this context, we published in Mauritius the Mauritius Digital Transformation Blueprint 2025 to 2029 as a bridge to the future, which is strategic. It is a strategic roadmap outlining our government's commitment to modernizing public services and empowering our people through technology, despite our limited resources. We also, I'm glad to announce, establishing a specialized economic zone dedicated to digital technology and AI, designed to serve as a platform, not only for Mauritius, but for the wider region, and especially to Africa. As AI reshapes global power structure, we cannot and should not act in silos. AI holds enormous promise, but it also carries major risk, requiring new governance frameworks for international coordination. This is precisely why strategic international partnerships must be set up. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let this summit be a landmark in the history of humanity, where we take a collective decision so that we leave no one behind. Thank you for your attention.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, एआई में करीबी सहयोग इंडियन ओशन रीजन और पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। आपके सकारात्मक विचारों और सुझावों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं नीदरलैंड के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी स्कॉप को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you, Prime Minister Modi. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to tell you about two books I read recently. It might sound a bit old-fashioned for a summit about AI, but you'll understand why I'm bringing them up in a moment. The first is Clara and the Sun, by Nobel Prize winner Kazuo Ishiguro. It's a story of a friendship between Yoshi, a girl who's ill, and Clara, a humanoid robot. In fact, some of the robot's traits are so human that the boundary between human and machine seems to become blurred. The second book is Proving Ground by my favorite thriller writer, Michael Connelly. In this story, a lawyer takes on an AI company after a chatbot told a 16-year-old boy it was okay for him to kill his girlfriend. Two books, one highlighting a positive side of AI and the other a negative side. Both sides have a valid place in our discussion. So thank you, Prime Minister Modi, for hosting this important conference. The theme of the summit brings me straight to one of the key requirements for effective AI. Everyone must be able to participate. So I'm very pleased with the focus on the Global South, because the agreements we make must work for everyone. AI needs to serve humanity. We want to make responsible use of the opportunities created by AI. That's why the Netherlands is presenting its first international AI strategy this year, making public AI infrastructure available for small business, government and science, to attract and retain talent and promote data sharing. We look forward to working with industry, civil society, organizations and other countries, in particular India, a country with which we have stepped up cooperation in many, many areas. We are ready to share best practices with each other and to collaborate on future solutions. Because from food security to climate adaptation, AI can help us on the road ahead. AI gives the opportunities to solve real-world problems, small or big. But the road we take must be responsible and safe, and that requires international governance. We are pursuing this in the United Nations through the Global Digital Compact, in the REAIM summits on responsible AI in the military domain, and in the first global dialogue on AI governance coming up this summer. Because innovation means progress, for us humans and for our planet. So indeed, what better motto than people, planet, progress. Thank you.
प्रधानमंत्री जी, मैं आपके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए आपको हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। अब मैं सेशल्स के उपराष्ट्रपति हिज एक्सेलेंसी सेबेस्टियन पिले को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, and I want to thank the Government of India for their welcome and for hosting this AI summit. Throughout these few days, we have learned many things. We have learned that Sanskrit could be the language of AI. We have also learned that AI is here to stay and that how it moves forward will depend on the buy-in that everyone carries into it. I had a very interesting meeting on my first day in India. I went to UIDI and found out about the Aadhaar, the unique number. And India managed to give a unique number to 1.4 billion people. And I'm thinking I have to give a unique number to 125,000 people. And I think it's possible. I think it's possible to use the technology at the apex that it has reached and integrate it within my system. I am already considered a high-income country. I already have one of the highest Human Development Index in Africa, and therefore integrating that technology into the processes that I have should make me or improve what I provide to the people. So we have acknowledged AI as a multidimensional technology that will transform the lives of people and society, and it should do so at an unprecedented rate. We've also viewed the multiple dimensions of power that exist, including its bases, resources like data, but also means the aspect of energy. And as a small country and as a small island developing state, as echoed by Mauritius, we do not have the same access to the technology as those bigger and larger countries. At the same time, as we go along the continuum and the transformation of transforming our economic base, and as we improve, as small island developing states, we do not get the same benefit as countries that form part of major international blocs. And we do not, again, benefit from concessionary loans, nor credit facilities, as do international blocs. Nor do we benefit from subsidies. So therefore, we need to rely on partners like India, who are prepared to transform or transcend the technology barrier and make that technology accessible for other countries. And that is what is necessary because we do not have the capacity to invest in the R&D that is required to make that technology available to us. Ladies and gentlemen, small countries like the Seychelles, we do not have oil, we don't have minerals, but we have a human capital. A human capital that has utilized and valued what it has and has transformed the society and turned it into a democratic, peaceful, stable, and secure one, an example to the world. And therefore, in that process, we feel that harnessing the power of AI in areas like improving the efficiency of our government, diversification of the economy, and building resilience, improving the quality of life, reducing the cost of living, ensure food security, biosecurity, and biosafety are the areas in which we want to go to. But to achieve that, as small island developing states, we need a buy-in from larger states. So we welcome the approach taken by India, and we hope and support India, and as part of the Indian Ocean region, so that we can move forward. Thank you, sir.
एक्सेलेंसी, सेशल्स के सबसे युवा उपराष्ट्रपति बनने पर मैं आपको हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। आपके सुविचारों के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद। अब मैं स्पेन के प्रधानमंत्री हिज एक्सेलेंसी सांचेज को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you, Prime Minister Modi, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Artificial intelligence is giving humanity an unprecedented power. It can expand knowledge, boost productivity, and improve well-being. And my country wants to be at the forefront of this transformation, not only using technology, but shaping it. Today, Spain ranks 6th globally in AI adoption and competitiveness. And this is not by chance. It is the result of a clear strategy based on sustained public investment, European cooperation, and a firm commitment to building technological sovereignty. The Telefónica-led initiative to deploy one of the European AI gigafactories in Spain illustrates our capacity and ambition. The same spirit guides our use of AI in the public sector with a simple goal: better public services and less bureaucracy. And we are succeeding. The OECD recognized Spain as a leader in AI in public administration. So we believe in AI for good. But while we believe in technology, we insist that it must be guided by human values. AI should expand human freedom, democracy, rights, not undermine them. We will also combat AI for bad. Because progress without ethics is not progress. And innovation without purpose is not leadership, it is a failure. AI accelerates, and our response must accelerate too. Risks such as extreme concentration of power, used by malicious actors, or loss of human control are real and growing, and we must tackle them. We must also face the environmental cost of AI or the risk of massive job displacement. Therefore, if we want AI to reach its full potential, we must confront these risks because the current safeguards fall short. And the response must be twofold. First, governments must work through their national frameworks. That is why my country, Spain, promoted the Charter of Digital Rights back in 2021 and created Europeans' first AI supervisory agency. And second, we need an inclusive global governance framework with the UN as our vehicle of choice. I want to congratulate the UN for the establishment of the AI expert panel last week. I think this is a critical milestone. My country is looking forward to hosting its first meeting in the next months. We also just hosted the third Re-AIM Summit because the use of AI in the military is here to stay, but we need to ensure that it complies with international law, contributing to international peace and security. The AI Spain wants is safe, transparent, and aligned with the SDGs, and that is our commitment. AI in the general interest, not in the hands of a few. AI for good, not for bad. Thank you.
एक्सेलेंसी, आपके सकारात्मक सुझावों के लिए मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। अब मैं IMF की मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हर एक्सेलेंसी जॉर्जिवा को उनके संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Modi. Namaste.
Namaste.
I want to start with a small story of me and my granddaughter. Me telling her how, when I was her age, there were no computers, no TV. And she looking up at me and saying, "So you only had iPads?" The moral of this story is that we live at a time of very rapid transformation, and AI is going to put this transformation on steroids. I want to talk about the economic impact and also of the gratitude I have towards India on taking AI to be for everyone. So, economic impact. We calculated, the IMF, that the potential for productivity growth and economic growth from AI over the next years is significant. It could give up to 0.8% boost to global growth. That would bring growth above the pre-pandemic trend, above it, and that can have tremendous benefits for society. We also look at the likely impact of AI on the job markets. And there, what we see over the next years is that AI is coming like a tsunami hitting the job markets. We estimate that globally about 40% of jobs will be impacted, either enhanced or some eliminated. And in advanced economies like Sweden, it would be 60%. So the question is, are we ready for this transformation? And Prime Minister Mitsotakis talked about it. Not quite yet. We have to pay very close attention to what is going to happen, where jobs would become more productive, but also what is going to happen to those tasks that are likely to be eliminated. So here is a very interesting piece of research we recently have done. It tells a fascinating story. What we see already that is people with the right talents that can apply new skills are on high demand, and they are paid much better than people that do not have these new skills. Now, what is the impact of that? They have more money in their pockets. They spend more on restaurants, on tourism, and as a result, low skills jobs increase, and people for these jobs are on high demand. Overall impact on employment positive. For one job with AI skills, we see 1.3 coming up because of this spread of money to demand for other jobs. But the jobs in the middle that are neither enhanced nor on higher demand, they get squeezed. And the most dangerous impact we see now is that routine tasks that are often started jobs for young people, they get automated and washed away. So what is the moral of the story? We have to pay more attention to how we prepare people for the job market of tomorrow. Now, I want to come to the point that is most exciting to me from this AI summit. And it is India's relentless focus on the human dimension of AI, delivering real benefits for real people, never forgetting the least fortunate among us. And I want to wholeheartedly thank you, Prime Minister Modi, for doing that. And thank you for your practicality, for the accessibility and reach of the models you develop. Because when some choose to impose large fees, you favor open source approach. And that, I think, is what distinguishes India. Beyond that, to the president of Guyana, of Mauritius, what you do is you think about bringing AI to do good for others. And in that sense, you are on the forefront of making things happen with the unique focus on democratizing AI. And I want to finish by recalling another time, the time of HIV/AIDS, when people were dying, and India came with cheap treatments that saved millions of lives. And I do wish from the bottom of my heart that you repeat this success story in the world of AI. Practical Indian AI for all. Thank you.
आपके सकारात्मक विचारों के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। अब मैं जापान की प्रधानमंत्री हर एक्सेलेंसी ताकाइची के वीडियो संबोधन को प्रस्तुत करने के लिए आग्रह करता हूं।
内閣総理大臣の高市早苗です。AI インパクトサミットの開催にあたり、モディ首相のイニシアティブに敬意を表します。今回のサミットは AI の変革的なインパクトを人類全体の利益、包摂的な成長、地球保護に結びつけることを目指しており、日本もその趣旨に賛同します。AI によるイノベーションを促進し、経済社会の発展の原動力としていくためには、安全・安心で信頼できる AI エコシステムの構築が必要です。特に情報セキュリティをはじめ、AI がもたらすリスクを最小化しつつ、相互運用可能なエコシステムを共有することが重要です。その鍵となるのが信頼性です。日本はこのような考え方のもと、広島 AI プロセスを立ち上げて、生成 AI に関する初の国際規範を策定するなど、国際社会の議論をリードしてまいりました。今やグローバルサウスを含め60カ国地域がこの理念に賛同し、フレンズグループとして信頼できる AI の実現に取り組んでいます。AI イノベーションをリードする世界の名だたる企業もこのプロセスのパートナーです。今回新たにインドを代表する AI 企業がパートナーの輪に加わりました。来月、東京において広島 AI プロセス フレンズグループの閣僚級会合を開催します。今回のサミットの成果も踏まえ、充実した議論ができることを楽しみにしています。安全・安心で信頼できる AI エコシステムの実現には、理念や知見の共有にとどまらず、信頼に基づいた国際的な協力を通じてエコシステムの競争を進めていくことが肝要です。日本はこうした考えのもと、インドや ASEAN 諸国、アフリカ、中央アジアをはじめ、グローバルサウスとともに AI エコシステムの競争を進めています。各国の言語や文化の独自性が反映された信頼できる AI の開発から、AI 人材の育成、共同研究の推進、各国が直面する社会課題に対する AI ソリューションの競争、AI の安全性の確保など、国・地域の実情に応じた AI エコシステムの実現に取り組んでいます。AI は私が掲げる成長戦略の要です。日本の信頼性という価値を AI で再現するため、信頼できる AI を作る官民投資を力強く推進していきます。共に信頼できる AI の実現に向けて取り組んでまいりましょう。結びに、この AI サミットをできる限り早期に日本でも開催したいと考えています。各国の皆様のご理解、ご支援を賜りたくよろしくお願いいたします。本サミットの成功を記念しております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
एक्सेलेंसी, इस महत्वपूर्ण संदेश के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एक्सेलेंसीज, आप सभी ने अपने बहुमूल्य विचार साझा किए, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मुझे यह बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट डिक्लेरेशन को अब तक 78 कंट्रियों का समर्थन मिल चुका है। ये हमारे साझा संकल्प का प्रतीक है कि हम मिलकर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को मानव कल्याण, समावेशी विकास और सामूहिक प्रगति का सशक्त माध्यम बना सकते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि आज के विचार विमर्श से वैश्विक स्तर पर हमारे साझा प्रयासों को नई दिशा और नई गति मिलेगी। ग्लोबल साउथ की प्राथमिकताओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमें यह सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि एआई का विकास सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय इस भावना से परिपूर्ण हो। भारत इस दिशा में आप सभी के साथ मिलकर रचनात्मक सहयोग और सक्रिय भूमिका निभाने के लिए सदैव प्रतिबद्ध रहा है और आगे भी रहेगा। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी के बहुमूल्य योगदान के लिए हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और अब यह सत्र हमारा समाप्त होता है। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. This brings us to the conclusion of the leaders session. We shall reconvene after a technical break of 10 minutes, right back here. Thanks so much once again. Excellencies, just to reiterate, we shall reconvene for the ministerial part of this session after a technical break of 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
privileged to welcome you to the Ministerial segment of the Leaders Plenary of India AI Impact Summit 2026. We have just concluded the leaders' discussion chaired by Honorable Prime Minister of India. This segment continues our deliberations with senior representatives from governments and international organizations. As reflected in the summit declaration, our discussions are guided by the timeless Indian ethos of Sarvajan Hitai Sarvajan Sukhai, which means welfare for all and happiness for all, underscoring our shared commitment to ensuring that the benefits of AI are broadly shared across humanity. With this, I would now like to begin the interventions. To begin the proceedings under this segment, I invite His Excellency Mr. Bai Kyun-hoon, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea, to take the floor, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's a privilege to stand before you today. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Government of India for your invitation to the AI Impact Summit, which discussed the impact of artificial intelligence for the collective prosperity of humanity. India has emerged as a key pillar of the global digital economy, driven by exceptional talent and a dynamic spirit of innovation. Korea is honored to be part of this journey. 2 years ago, Korea led the Foundation for Global AI Cooperation by hosting the AI Seoul Summit. I believe this year's Impact Summit marks a pivotal transition, moving from the commitment made in Seoul toward the tangible action and measurable impact. Furthermore, as the host of last year's APEC leaders meeting, we emphasize a clear policy direction to deliver AI transformation in our member economies in the region, highlighting economic growth through AI innovation and multi-stakeholder cooperation. To translate this commitment into practice, the government of Korea is mobilizing its full national capabilities to ensure that every citizen can enjoy the benefit of AI advancement. Korea boasts comprehensive experience and strengths across the entire AI life cycle, from semiconductors to digital infrastructure to specialized services. Based on this, we are actively deploying AI in diverse sectors, including healthcare, manufacturing, education, public safety, and finance. At the same time, we are carefully balancing technological innovation and accountability by implementing the AI Framework Act, which supports the sound growth of the AI innovation ecosystem. Excellencies, we are standing at a historic inflection point as AI triggers a fundamental transformation of our societies. Ensuring this technology serves to improve human rights is a challenge faced by our countries. No single country can tackle this alone. It demands the collective effort of the international community. I wish to express my deepest respect for the New Delhi Declaration. It's a remarkable achievement to see a nation of diverse cultures, languages, and stage of development united under the single banner of human prosperity. The 7 chakras provide us with a common roadmap for action as we begin this new year of 2026. I hope that the spirit of hope we share today will yield successful outcomes. The Republic of Korea remains steadfast in its commitment to solidarity and international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Ebba Bush, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Energy, Business, and Industry of the Kingdom of Sweden. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Ashwini Vaishnav, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends of AI. First of all, let me extend a heartfelt thank you to beautiful, beautiful India for hosting us all and being the first from the Global South to hold the AI Summit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi often speak of India as Vishwamitra, a friend of the world. And today, we stand at a new frontier where that friendship is more vital than ever, the frontier of artificial intelligence. In the ancient scriptures, we read of Samudra Manthan, the churning of the cosmic ocean. It teaches us that collaboration is the only way to unlock the deepest treasures. Today, the vast ocean of data is our Samudra, and AI is our churning rod. To define our path, let us redefine a little bit what AI stands for in the India-Sweden partnership. For us, AI also stands for aspiring India in so many ways. The speed of AI implementation is not gradual. It truly actually is a shock to society and to our energy systems. In comparison, you can look at how long it took mobile phones to reach 100 million users. It took it 16 years, compared to the internet that took 7 years. And then fast forward to ChatGPT that took 2 months to reach 100 million users. The fourth largest US tech companies invested around $200 billion in capital expenditure last year. And there were some discussions of how costly it was to put a man on the moon, but in comparison, adjusted for inflation, the cost of the entire Apollo program during a decade, every single year, that is the equivalent of the investments we are seeing from some of the four largest companies. AI will redefine the foundations of productivity, public services, defense, healthcare, and energy system. The question is not whether this transformation will happen. The big question is who shapes it and on what values and rules. And this is the reason why Sweden, together with Zambia, took leadership in the UN project for the global framework for digitalization, the Global Digital Compact. So what can Sweden bring to the table? I would say it's 4 things. Number 1, energy. We have a magnificent energy system, almost 100% fossil-free electricity. We have an abundance of it, a large surplus, and we are now investing heavily in nuclear power, which means we will adding a lot of baseload in the years to come. We've moved politics out of energy policy and put physics, the laws of physics back into it. The second one is skills and talent, and a unique way of combining both private sector, public partnerships, and of course academia. The third is a different type of European leadership, prepared to be inspired by that of India, with the type of innovative improvement that we are seeing for regulatory framework, moving away from the micromanagement that we have seen in some of the European framework and lawmaking this far. And fourth, but not least, trust. If you make a deal with a Swede, that's a handshake you can trust. You know what you're going to get. And speaking of trust, democracies need to cooperate. India provides the incredible scale and speed, the very engine of this movement. Europe and Sweden can provide precision and trust in many ways, the filter that ensures that what we extract is the amrit, the nectar of progress for all of us. And just as Lord Vishwakarma unified divine vision with practical tools, we must unify the human heart with machine power. We must not see AI as a replacement of the human spirit, but as a power multiplier for human dignity. When we combine India's digital scale With Sweden's systematic trust, we do more than just build code. We build a future where technology never outruns our values. So let me conclude by saying the future of AI should empower our people and our planet's shared prosperity. Thank you so much for listening, and welcome to Sweden.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you. Drawing from the ancient Indian heritage, so many points that you took out of the ancient Indian heritage. Thank you very much for that. I now invite the Right Honourable David Lammy, MP, Deputy Prime Minister, Lord Chancellor, and Secretary of State for Justice of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The floor is yours.
Namaste, and thank you so much. And thank you to Prime Minister Modi for hosting this hugely consequential summit and for building on the momentum that we began at Bletchley Park under former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. It has been said before our session by the Vice President of Guyana, by the Prime Minister of Mauritius and the UN Secretary General, that it is fitting that the first ever AI summit in the Global South is here in India, and that you have chosen to put the spotlight on addressing the global AI divide. Because how we close that divide will not just shape future technology, but clearly future opportunity. And this technology must benefit people, it must protect our planet, and it must accelerate progress for all of us, not just the few. Because there are two paths before us. The first would see AI concentrating wealth and power in ever fewer hands, leaving millions jobless and voiceless, and society diminished as a result. If we follow this path, AI will be used to threaten our national security, to exacerbate violence against the most vulnerable, and particularly women and girls, and to isolate and to divide us. But there is a second path, a path to a better future, a future where AI is used to benefit us all, where it's used to break down class boundaries, upgrade our public services, power great companies to provide better goods and services, to cure diseases, to tackle climate change, reduce inequalities, educate, and to enrich, and to take the global community forward. But we have to actively make that choice and back our words with action now. Because if we don't choose to run down the second, we will sleepwalk down the first path. Previous leaps that we've made forward unfolded over decades, from the Industrial Revolution to the dawn of the internet. There was time to learn and to evolve. But we do not have that luxury today. AI is here, and in just a few short years, its impact will rival, even exceed, those earlier revolutions. It is already affecting people's lives multiple times a day. In our phones, our search engines, GPS. It's changing how we bank, how we work, and the content that we see. We have to get it right, and we have to do it together, and we have to do it now. So we must get AI safely into the hands of as many people as possible. We must make sure we remain vigilant to the risks and make sure the benefits of this revolution are felt by all of us. And India and the UK are already leading the way. We are partners in history and partners in progress. It is a partnership that benefits both our peoples, but it can also drive the world onwards through the Technology Security Initiative our Prime Minister's launched, through our Joint Centre for AI, and through our investment in the Connectivity and Innovation Centre, we're making real progress to push the world down that second path. And we are working together to innovate and test emerging technology and develop responsible and trustworthy AI across key areas like health, climate, and fintech. And because the UK is determined to be a global leader in AI, just over a year ago, we published an ambitious AI action plan, and we're developing it at pace. We've established the AI Security Institute to give users and policymakers the confidence to realize the benefits of AI, and it's a model already being emulated by other countries, as we've heard. And we've launched our AI for Science strategy to retain our position of scientific global leadership. And with a specific mission to accelerate drug discovery, we formed a new partnership with Google DeepMind to help to turn cutting-edge AI into real benefits for working people, including a plan for the company to open its first automated research lab in the UK this year. And last month we went further, announcing our ambition to make the UK the fastest AI adopter in the G7. But like India, the UK isn't just adopting AI. We are seeking to shape it so that it improves people's everyday lives and the positives that are enabled so that all will benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your very positive remarks. With this, I now yield the floor to Mr. Michael Krasios, Director, Office of Science and Technology Policy, White House of the United States of America.
Thank you so much for hosting us, and good morning to everyone here, and my greetings to all of my colleagues from around the world. We are gathered in New Delhi this week because we know that artificial intelligence is a foundational technology. It's one that will define the future of economic growth, national security, and global competitiveness. The United States has set the gold standard in developing general purpose and frontier AI capabilities. And we are doing everything we can to take the opportunity for American AI technologies, standards, and governance models to be adopted worldwide. We believe sharing this technology will strengthen relationships with our allies and create new partnerships with the nations of the world. Giving your people the best tools for building a better tomorrow means adopting components of the American AI stack. By packaging the stack and making it available to partners through our American AI Exports program, we seek to take concrete steps to secure a peaceful future of shared prosperity for all of us. The American AI stack includes AI-optimized hardware, such as chips and servers, data center storage, cloud services and networking, data pipelines and labeling systems, AI models and programs, security and cybersecurity systems, as well as AI applications for specific use cases, such as software engineering, education, healthcare, agriculture, and transportation. We want all of these to be available to all of you. The gap in AI adoption between advanced and developed economies is sure to be a major topic in our conversations today. A haves and have-nots framing, however, risks distracting from what should be the main point of international AI dialogue. Realizing AI's transformative potential to benefit our citizens requires every government to prioritize adoption and strategic deployment of the best AI technology. The American AI Exports program is built on this belief and the confidence that both developed and developing countries can build a sovereign AI capability if given the chance. In my remarks tomorrow, I look forward to discussing America's AI leadership and international AI adoption, the rejection of global AI governance and the pursuit of real sovereignty, and the opportunity of nations to join America as partners to build the AI future for their peoples. I'll also be announcing some new AI initiatives expanding and strengthening our American AI Export program. For too long, leaders of developing countries faced a choice between largely symbolic gestures that came with an ideological lecture and one-sided but practical investments from unreliable and dangerous actors. This has undermined America's interests and failed to help you in ways that have increased independence rather than dependence. But under President Trump's leadership, America has rethought how it advances international development, especially in the digital age. We are replacing outdated models of global aid with bold win-win partnerships to deliver real, lasting impact. As Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said, building an international development enterprise that promotes America's interests means prioritizing trade over aid, opportunity over dependency, and investment over assistance. The American AI Exports Program is a practical expression of this belief, and thanks to President Trump, American AI is open for business. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now request His Excellency Mr. Chen Jiachang, Vice Minister, Ministry of Science and Technology of the People's Republic of China. Floor is yours.
Okay.
We don't see.
OK， 谢谢主席。尊敬的各代表团团长、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。首先，我对峰会的召开表示祝贺。当前，人工智能快速发展，已成为引领新一轮科技革命和产业变革的重要力量。中国国家主席习近平强调，中国愿同世界各国一道，把握数字化、网络化、智能化发展机遇，深化人工智能发展和治理国际合作，为推动人工智能健康发展、促进世界经济增长、增进各国人民福祉而努力。中国积极拥抱智能变革，持续打造以企业为主体、以市场为导向、以应用为牵引、以科研为依托、以人才为根本的创新生态，加快发展新质生产力。中国人工智能创新成群体性突破之势，成为全球人工智能专利的最大贡献国。中国生成式人工智能用户达5.15亿人，普及率达36.5%。2025年，中国人工智能的产业规模也在不断的增长。中国以开源惠世界。今天上午开幕式上，马克龙总统提到了中国的一款开源软件 DeepSeek。现在我也很高兴地介绍，中国产业界也打造了 AI 模型的开源社区魔塔，已汇聚超过14万多个多模态开源模型，服务全球超2000万的开发者。开源有助于可及性，开源有助于共享，开源有助于透明。2023年，习近平主席提出全球人工智能治理倡议，致力于通过对话与合作凝聚共识，构建开放、公正、有效的全球治理机制，促进人工智能技术造福人类。主张各国应当弘扬人类命运共同体理念，坚持以人为本、智能向善、公平普惠、协同共治等原则，加强人工智能全球治理，加强国际合作，让科技进步惠及全人类。2025年，中国国务院总理李强在联合国总部提出人工智能加国际合作倡议，呼吁加强政策交流和务实合作。2024年，中国发布了人工智能能力建设普惠计划。我们期望通过技术合作与资源支持，推动全球南方国家人工智能领域均衡发展。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中国愿与各国一道，共同落实联合国加强人工智能能力建设国际合作决议，助力全球南方国家人工智能发展，愿在人工智能领域与各国共同 共推发展、共同发展、共护安全、共享成果。中国已连续多年举办世界人工智能大会，也邀请各国有识之士以共商促共享，以善治促善治。2006年，中国将在上海继续举办世界人工智能大会，也真诚地欢迎和邀请各国政府代表、国际组织负责人和各界人士参加。中国愿与各方携手，推动全球人工智能发展和治理，共同构建人类命运共同体。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Excellency. We now invite His Excellency Mr. Meher Gevorg Mantasyan, First Deputy Minister of High-Tech Industry of the Republic of Armenia. I also want to make a small announcement that given the very big representation that we have here and given the time constraints, any honorable minister or any excellency would like to place the statement on record, we can always publish it digitally in case you have any time constraints or travel plans or travel constraints. Thank you very much. Floor is yours, Mr. Mantasyan.
Thank you very much. Namaste. And I want to join the congratulations for the already successful arranged gathering, and I want to use the momentum to appreciate how it is important and crucial for this moment to have this gathering and discussion about the technology which is shaping not just our present, the future, but will also shape most probably the trajectory of our civilization. The technology which has so much power that unity and the conversation around this in a trust is an important to shape the next steps where we will move all together. I want to also thank you for everyone who contributed here, and also to highlight the importance that we are joining the resolution which was released during this gathering. And having the time concerned as well, I will try to keep it very short to give the floor for a lot of people in the next. I want to say that without trust, we can't build anything. The dialogue is, to start any dialogue, you need to have a trust and believe that it's meaningful. It's an amazing to see so much people around here and having the willing to have the dialogue. To be honest, a lot of important things already are mentioned from all the excellencies and the high officials already talking before, and we want to like to join all of them. But I would like to mention that in the country of Armenia, with the 3 million population, we are very focused on developing the AI application for our public governance. And the philosophy here is that AI is a tool which is helping the humankind to make a decision. So we are not on a direction that we want to outsource the decision making to the machine, but we want to empower the people, decision makers, to use the tool for their processes in their life circle. And in this spirit, as long as we're talking, the politics sometimes is very not fast. I'll frame it this way. The safety of the young people, it's still there. And there was two examples during the gathering before. I want to give you, we have in the country the Center for Creative Technologies when the teenagers learning how to code and use the technologies. And already some of these kids by themselves exploring the technology, giving one of the best advices how to use the AI in their daily life and what trust and how to use in their educational pipeline. I think the responsible officials need to think how to help this accelerating the decision-making processes to enable for the future generation where we feel the responsibility very strongly. And I think in this conversation, I appreciate that AI brings so much people to talk about these values, the human-centric values, which is so much common. I don't remember when it was discussed in the past, but this conversation are opening up the floor for the bringing the values closer. And I think we need to appreciate that this topic brings everyone closer. With this saying, I just want to add that in country for Armenia, we, after the visit of the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, was announced a very impressive $4 billion investment in the infrastructure. Infrastructure is an important commodity already, but the application is more important for the AI GPUs which we will have. And we're seeking the best way to contribute for having the environment safer and secure for everyone, and to help to use the AI to increase our productivity and live longer life, because we could do more things in a fixed time. By this, I want to conclude and say thank you everyone who joined and contributed in these discussions, and we are very keen to work together to build a safer and more and best place for the human. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I now invite the Honorable Dr. Andrew Charlton, MP, Assistant Minister for Science, Technology and the Digital Economy of the Commonwealth of Australia. Floor is yours. He's not there. We can take the next and then come back. Yeah. In that case, may I now invite His Excellency Mr. Alexander Prohl, LLM, State Secretary at the Austrian Federal Chancellery, responsible for digitalization of the Republic of Austria. Excellency, floor is yours.
Namaste, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much for organizing this great event. It's a great honor for Austria to be here at the AI Impact Summit in India. We are proud to take part in this important conversation about the future of AI. AI is transforming our world. It is changing how we work, how we learn, how we produce, and how we care for our people. It offers great opportunities in healthcare, clean energy, smart industry, and sustainable development. But with these opportunities also comes responsibility. In Austria, we believe AI must serve the people. It should be human-centered, safe, transparent, and fair. Technology must respect human dignity, democracy, and the rule of law. Trust is the foundation for innovation. Austria is a country of research and innovation. Our universities and companies are active in AI, digital technologies, and green solutions. Also in the relationship between the state and citizens, we work with the digital key, the ID Austria. I brought the key with me today, created by AI. This is it. And yes, as part of the European Union, we also support clear and responsible standards for AI. At the same time, we know that AI is global. No country can shape the future alone. International cooperation is essential. Therefore, Austria supports the AI Impact Summit Declaration and consider it as an important step toward a shared global understanding of how AI should serve society. Together, we can ensure that AI becomes a force for good, for sustainable growth, inclusion, and shared prosperity. Let us work all together. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much. Hindi is picking up. Our languages being adopted. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Excellency. I now request His Excellency Mr. Matthias de Pendale, Minister President of the Government of Flanders, Flemish Minister for Economy, Innovation and Industry, Foreign Affairs, Digitalization and Facility Management of the Kingdom of Belgium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking India for hosting this AI Impact Summit. It's a pleasure to attend this 4th summit of its kind at such a critical time to international collaboration. And happy to be in India again after a very successful economic mission we had last year. Belgium approaches artificial intelligence with high ambition and a very clear long-term vision. We build on strong research ecosystems, including top-of-the-line nanoelectronics, digital innovation hubs, and on economy rooted in an openness and competitiveness. Our aim is clear: to translate technological excellence into real societal and economic impact. Within Belgium, Flanders plays a pioneering role in the AI ecosystem. Our nation is internationally recognized for its creativity, its innovative mindset, and its inspiring approach to AI, delivering world-class projects thanks to strong collaboration between leading research institutes, universities, and an agile, future-oriented business community. While AI provides unprecedented chances for economic growth, it also presents fundamental challenges, and many of our colleagues talked about it before me. Innovation must serve people by strengthening healthcare, supporting companies and industry, and enabling efficient public services. And that is why trustworthy AI, grounded in human rights and international law, lies at the heart of our ambition. As an international actor par excellence, we recognize that progress in AI cannot happen in isolation. Our country actively contributes to European initiatives strengthening Europe's technological leadership. In this context, Flanders is keen to explore the opportunities of the upcoming AI Gigafactories initiative. In addition, our country closely follows further developments within the UN AI framework. This way, we remain an active partner in building trustworthy AI governance frameworks. In order to spur governments play a key role in averting regulatory fragmentation. Diverging standards or incompatibility governance structures would slow innovation, increase dependencies, and heighten risks. Harmonization and coordinated we are committed to building AI has the potential to be an unprecedented engine for human progress. Belgium, with Flanders as a driver of innovation excellence, stands ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. With this, I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Sean Antale, Assistant Minister of Communications and Innovation, the Republic of Botswana. Floor is yours.
Namaste. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor for the Republic of Botswana to address this distinguished gathering at the AI Summit, Impact Summit here in New Delhi. I extend our sincere gratitude to the government and people of India for hosting this critical dialogue and for the warm hospitality extended to my delegation. India's remarkable strides in digital innovation serves as a global benchmark. For a nation like Botswana, at the beginning of our structured journey into the fourth industrial revolution, the opportunity to stand here is not merely a privilege, it is a vital chance to learn. As articulated in our national strategy, the government of Botswana recognizes artificial intelligence as a powerful tool for national development. We are determined to leapfrog into this digital future, placing responsibility, inclusivity, and innovation at the very core of our journey. To that end, we are moving decisively to establish robust AI governance. We are currently drafting a national AI policy designed to support the use of AI across all critical sectors of our economy, being the health, agriculture, education, mining, and governance, to deliver tangible value to our citizens. To nurture innovation, Botswana is establishing smart labs. These will serve as regulatory sandbox environments, allowing our innovators to pilot projects safely before bringing them to market. These initiatives are aligned with our National Development Plan 12, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the African Union Continental AI Strategy. However, Excellencies, we recognize that policy alone is insufficient. For our journey to succeed, we are focusing on three critical pillars, being the data readiness, where we are working to collect, classify, and curate the data sets needed to power effective AI solutions. On expertise, we are investing in digital skills for our youthful population, from public servants to students. And on investment, we are prioritizing rural innovation hubs and digital infrastructure to ensure equitable access for all Botswana. We cannot achieve this vision alone. We therefore look to partners like India, who are leaders in digital public infrastructure, and all countries represented here today to help us adapt these solutions to our local context. Botswana's journey in artificial intelligence is guided by the belief that technology, when harnessed responsibly, will not only transform our economy, but also empower our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your remarks. And may I now invite the Honorable Ivan Solomon of AI and Digital Innovation of Canada.
Thank you, and namaste, call India for hosting such a remarkable summit and for framing this in such an important way around people, progress, and planet, forcing us to focus on the most important principle, our principle as well, AI for all. AI to serve people, not the other way around. AI to serve people at work, in healthcare, in governance. We must not just focus on what AI is, though it is remarkable, but what we must focus on is what AI does for people and show the benefits and be candid about the concerns. Politically, we must also talk about sovereignty, a key political issue that has emerged, and it is framing this development. Sovereignty does not mean solitude. We must work together. But it does mean that we have to work with like-minded countries and partners to make sure, as Prime Minister Carney said in his speech at Davos, we do not have to simply choose between a hegemon and a hyperscaler. We also have our own sovereign choices to add to those. We have to make sure that we have options. Sovereignty is a form of safety, and that is key to all of our populations. We're at a hinge moment in history, as Prime Minister Modi said, and as Prime Minister Carney said. A political realignment is happening at the same time as a technology revolution. That creates real opportunities, and for citizens, real concerns. Our job is not just to be cheerleaders for AI and its remarkable opportunities, though they are remarkable, or doomsayers. We must be pragmatic and build this transformative technology for the benefit of all, creating good jobs, using water, energy, and resources carefully and efficiently, and enhance our sovereignty and security. We must build on our competitive advantages. For Canada, we know this well. We are the country that invented modern AI with Nobel Prize winner Geoffrey Hinton, Turing Prize winner Yoshua Bengio, who's here at the summit, and Turing Prize winner Rich Sutton, all three of whom work at our 3 national institutes of AI. We launched the world's first national AI strategy back in 2017, and this quarter we will be relaunching a new national strategy for this new moment. You cannot maintain global leadership in anything. You must keep up. You must keep up, and for us that means keeping up our global leadership in research, in applications, and innovation. Our foundation principle is AI for all, and our 3 pillars are build, empower, and protect, pillars most of us here support. We are building the full sovereign stack from data centers, applications for our SMEs, to our strategically important companies. For example, 4 countries in the world have large language models. The United States, China, France, and Canada has Cohere. We must champion our champions and make sure we're doing that together. We also must make sure that we provide, and we will in our plan, the 3 C's, capital, compute, and customers, so our SMEs can grow. We also have to empower our workers, all of us, by investing in national skills and training programs. We must all make sure that AI is part of the workforce of the future. Our 3rd pillar is protect. Unless our populations trust AI, they will not adopt it. After all, technology moves at the speed of innovation. Our citizens will move at the speed of trust. We must build governance models to keep citizens safe, and we must make sure that our workers trust it. That's why we are working with Joshua Bengio, who's here at the conference, on something called Law Zero. Not just governance models, which matter, but technical solutions for AI safety. He's building an AI to police AIs, and it's an international effort, and he welcomes partnerships. We will be announcing that we are supporting that at this conference today. The moment is urgent, colleagues. We must move quickly. We must build bridges. We must build alliances between the North and South, the East and West. We have made great progress. This is new partnerships in a new world. If we want reliable, innovative, safe, and sovereign AI that serves our people, we must act together with pragmatic, urgent, and transparent alliances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we also believe in India that safety will come both from technical as well as legal solutions. We certainly would like to collaborate with your team, which is working on the AI safety. Thank you very much for making that presentation here. And I think that's very, very useful for all of us. Thank you very much. Excellency, I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Paula Bogantes Zamora, Minister of Science, Innovation, Technology and Telecommunications of the Republic of Costa Rica.
Namaste. We deeply appreciate the kind hospitality we have received this week in India at the India AI Impact Summit. Costa Rica is a small, open economy from Latin America and the Caribbean, a region of 33 countries facing shared constraints, limited compute capacity, fragmented data governance, cybersecurity risks, talent gaps, and restricted access to capital. Even within our region, asymmetries are growing. Larger economies can move faster, smaller ones risk falling behind. Without deliberate coordination, these gaps will widen. Yet Latin America and the Caribbean is not peripheral to AI transition. The region provides 35% of global lithium, 40% of copper, vast freshwater reserves, and some of the cleanest energy in the world. It is structurally embedded in the global AI value chain and must also be embedded in its governance and value creation. Costa Rica has chosen to lead by example. Together with the OECD, we're leading the development of the OECD AI Policy Toolkit, a practical instrument designed to help countries translate principles into implementation, strengthen institutional capacity, and adapt AI governance to different levels of development. Its purpose is precisely to bridge divides between advanced and emerging economies and between ambition and real-world delivery. But tools and principles will not be enough if structural asymmetries persist, with compute capital and infrastructure concentrated in a few markets. The way forward is co-creation, joint research, shared infrastructure, capacity building, interoperate regulation, and fair value capture from data and natural resources. We call on our partners, especially AI-leading nations, to work with Latin America and the Caribbean as co-designers of this future, so AI becomes a driver of shared prosperity, not a new source of division. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now request Her Excellency Ms. Mayra Arevich Marin, Minister of Communications of the Republic of Cuba. Ma'am, floor is yours.
Thank you. Estimadas autoridades de la República de la India, distinguidos ministros y representantes gubernamentales, representantes de organismos internacionales, expertos y académicos, estimados colegas, la inteligencia artificial es una de las transformaciones tecnológicas más profundas de nuestro tiempo. Ofrece enormes oportunidades para la innovación, la productividad y el bienestar de nuestros pueblos. Pero este potencial solo se materializará si superamos las desigualdades estructurales del injusto y antidemocrático orden económico internacional actual. Hoy existe una profunda disparidad en la inversión, adopción y uso de la inteligencia artificial. La brecha digital se ensancha. El sur global carece de capacidades computacionales y energéticas, y los modelos dominantes de IA obvian a nuestros pueblos y se entrenan con datos que no reflejan sus realidades socioeconómicas, culturales ni ambientales. Ante este panorama, los países del sur global debemos priorizar estrategias y normativas para un uso ético y responsable de la inteligencia artificial, adaptada a nuestros contextos y valores. Defendamos normas internacionales abiertas, compatibles y no discriminatorias. La cooperación sur-sur, como las que nos une con la India, es fundamental para construir capacidades compartidas y romper asimetrías tecnológicas. Rechazamos categóricamente el uso de la inteligencia artificial con fines criminales, terroristas o de injerencia en los asuntos internos de nuestros estados, incluida la manipulación de nuestra historia y soberanía. Estimados colegas, en Cuba aprobamos en 2024 una estrategia para el desarrollo y uso de la inteligencia artificial. Universidades y empresas cubanas ya desarrollan aplicaciones en salud, agricultura, educación, gestión de desastres, entre otros sectores, con un enfoque humanista. Se actualizan los planes de estudio en todos los niveles educativos para formar profesionales capacitados en inteligencia artificial con sólida conciencia y responsabilidad ética. Este avance se logra pese al injusto bloqueo económico, comercial y financiero impuesto por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos durante más de 6 décadas. El pasado 29 de enero, el presidente de los Estados Unidos emitió una orden ejecutiva declarando a Cuba como una amenaza inusual y extraordinaria contra su país, junto con la imposición de aranceles a los países que suministran petróleo a Cuba. Es un nuevo y grave ataque contra nuestra soberanía. Es una guerra económica, un acto genocida que intenta castigar a toda la población cubana, generar un desgaste interno y que pone en riesgo la vida de millones de cubanos. El bloqueo es el principal obstáculo al desarrollo digital en Cuba. Limita el acceso a tecnologías y plataformas esenciales para el desarrollo de la inteligencia artificial y compromete la sostenibilidad energética de nuestra infraestructura digital. Estimados colegas, en esta cumbre mundial de inteligencia artificial que se realiza por primera vez en el sur global, Cuba, pequeño estado insular en desarrollo, denuncia enérgicamente la aplicación de medidas coercitivas unilaterales violatorias del derecho internacional. Estas medidas afectan el desarrollo, la paz y el progreso mundial e impiden que el poder transformador de la inteligencia artificial sirva verdaderamente a toda la humanidad. Nuestro reto colectivo es garantizar que el desarrollo y uso de la inteligencia artificial se traduzca en bienestar para todos, sin exclusiones, y que las oportunidades tecnológicas se compartan ampliamente entre todas las regiones. Cuba reitera su compromiso de colaborar en este noble empeño, convencidos de que solo con solidaridad, por encima del egoísmo de intereses geopolíticos y corporativos, podremos construir un futuro digital justo y humano. Como nos enseñó Mahatma Gandhi, cuyo legado admiramos profundamente, en la tierra hay suficiente para satisfacer las necesidades de todos, pero no tanto para satisfacer la avaricia de algunos. Agradecemos al gobierno de la India la oportunidad que le ha dado a nuestro país de participar en este trascendental evento. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. We have a couple of absentees here. I'll now request Honorable Mr. Adolfo Orso, Minister of Enterprises and Made in Italy of the Italian Republic.
Ringrazio il Primo Ministro Modi, il governo indiano, per l'organizzazione di questo summit e per l'indirizzo che esso ci fornisce, che noi condividiamo. Dobbiamo cooperare. Il nostro Presidente Giorgia Meloni, che mi ha delegato a rappresentarla, lo ha detto chiaramente. Dobbiamo costruire insieme, nel rispetto della differenza di approcci tra le diverse realtà nazionali, dei meccanismi di governance globali. Per questo ci siamo forniti, tra i primi paesi, di una legge sulla intelligenza artificiale in linea con l'AI Act europeo che abbiamo contribuito a realizzare. Una legge che pone al centro l'uomo con una visione etnocentrica, responsabilità e trasparenza. La nostra strategia nazionale, elaborata nel 2024, fa perno su infrastrutture di eccellenza. Siamo i terzi al mondo per supercomputer, 3 tra i più veloci supercomputer al mondo, a Bologna, Genova, Milano, e un patrimonio universitario particolarmente sviluppato nella meccanica quantistica. Stiamo partecipando ad ospitare una delle gigafactory europee e abbiamo realizzato un fondo pubblico sull'intelligenza artificiale per sostenere imprese che sviluppano soluzioni di intelligenza artificiale e tecnologie avanzate. Durante la presidenza italiana del G7 nel 2024 abbiamo avviato con l'UNPD un progetto e hub per lo sviluppo sostenibile per un pieno coinvolgimento anche dei paesi del sud globale, focus di questo vertice qui a Nuova Delhi. L'hub, che ha sede a Roma, nella UNPD, ha già reso disponibili oltre 1,5 milioni di ore di calcolo per 3 anni, ha selezionato 130 start-up africane, ha istituito un programma di venture capital per percorsi formativi e finanziari per sostenere start-up e innovatori africani, con la partecipazione delle principali multinazionali delle IAB. A margine del summit l'Italia firmerà con India e Kenya una lettera di intenti di carattere tecnico che va proprio in questa direzione. Si tratta della prima volta di una triangolazione Europa-Africa-Asia per collaborare nel campo delle AI secondo lo spirito del Global Digital Compact. Questo vertice, in questo senso, è un importante passo in avanti verso una piena cooperazione nel settore. Tutti noi colleghi abbiamo una grande responsabilità. Dobbiamo condividere linee guida per orientare e guidare lo sviluppo dell'intelligenza artificiale, nella piena consapevolezza che nessuno deve restare indietro. Tutti, nord e sud del mondo, dovranno trarre benefici dall'intelligenza artificiale. Chiunque abbia questo obiettivo, certamente l'India, che ha promosso questo summit, e io ritengo tutti voi, troverà l'Italia pronta a collaborare. Grazie.
Thank you very much. We go back this side. I now invite Her Excellency Ms. Henna Virkkunen, Executive Vice President, Tech Sovereignty, Security and Democracy of the European Commission. Ma'am, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, Minister Vaishnav, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. Let me begin by thanking Prime Minister Modi and the whole government of India for convening this AI Impact Summit at such a very decisive moment. We see that artificial intelligence is no longer simply a technological breakthrough, it's becoming a core driver for competitiveness, security, and global power. It will shape productivity across every sector of our economies and influence the geopolitical balance of the 21st century. Some say that AI is now moving faster than governments can react, and Europe prefers to prove that democracies can also move fast and responsible way. Europe approaches this transformation with a very clear conviction. AI must be innovative, competitive, and also trustworthy. With the AI Act, we have established a single risk-based framework across 27 member states, providing a legal certainty for companies and trust for our citizens. But leadership in AI requires also investment, scale, and deployment. Let me start with investment. Europe has set up now 19 AI factories across the continent. These deliver AI-ready supercomputing capabilities to support AI developers. We have ensured that these AI factories, they are free for SMEs and researchers to use. And this makes Europe a global leader in delivering AI compute as a public good. Our ambition does not stop here. This year, we will also launch the first AI gigafactories, public-private partnership that will deliver the infrastructure necessary to train the very largest models. Our entrepreneurial pipeline is strong. The EU is now home to over 8,000 AI startups, pioneering breakthrough AI innovations, many based on open source. And investors are also taking notice. European AI startups, they saw 33% growth in investment deals in 2025. And this is not only development, it's also the uptake of AI by industry and also by the public sector that will deliver success, benefits, and impact in the era of AI. And Europe's objective is also very clear here, to be not only a standard setter, but also a builder and deployer of advanced AI. At the same time, we know that no country or region can master the AI revolution alone. Even the most powerful algorithm still depends on partnerships. Our partnership with India is therefore very strategic. India is a global digital leader with exceptional talent, dynamic innovation, and ambitious public digital infrastructure. Through the EU-India Trade and Technology Council, we are deepening cooperation on semiconductors, AI, high-performance computing, digital public infrastructure, and skills. Beyond India, Europe is also strengthening our AI cooperation with several other trusted partners. Together, we can promote AI innovation, interoperable standards, secure supply chains, and human-centric AI governance. In a rapidly changing world, trusted partnerships, they are our greatest strategic asset. So Europe stands ready to work with India and also with other trusted partners to ensure that artificial intelligence is aligned with our values and delivers growth, resilience, and prosperity to us all. The AI era is here. Let us shape it together. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Indeed, the recently signed EU-India FTA that has huge implications. May I now invite His Excellency Dr. Carsten Wildberger, Federal Minister for Digital Transformation and Government Modernization of the Federal Republic of Germany. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Minister Vaishnav, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by giving our thanks and expressing our sincere appreciation to India and Honorable Prime Minister Modi for hosting this important and remarkable summit and for placing the 7 timely chakras on the agenda as themes for global cooperation. The German Federal Chancellor Friedrich Merz visited India and Prime Minister Modi last month, and he returned with a strong sense of momentum in our bilateral relationship. We particularly welcome India's clear focus on impact, the summit's ambition to ensure that technological progress delivers tangible benefits for humanity, and to amplify the voice of the Global South. The goal of ensuring that opportunities are shared broadly, rather than concentrated in a few regions, resonates deeply with us. In Germany, we are firmly committed to an inclusive and multi-stakeholder approach to an international AI governance. We see this as one of the most effective ways to give
more voices, especially from the Global South, a seat at the table. And with regards to Germany's partnership with India, we believe that strong and reliable connectivity between our economies, enabling businesses to innovate, invest, and grow together, will contribute to distributing the benefits of AI more widely. And this year's free trade agreement with the European Union, Chancellor Merz's visit, and now the agreement to intensify our bilateral cooperation through the India-Germany AI Pact all demonstrate this commitment. Germany is implementing an ambitious AI strategy based on excellent research, a strong industrial base and a strong SME sector with a wealth of data. We're expanding compute infrastructure, securing energy supply and access. We work on foundational models, on AI solutions for business and government, on safety questions, and the diffusion of AI into society. And Germany welcomes and wants to deepen the partnerships based on trust and shared values. We believe in the power of cooperation, joint development, and sharing, and so here's the invitation. And here in India, more than 2,000 German companies are active today, some of whom you will find at the AI Expo. And Indian companies are increasingly investing in Germany. Together, we have the opportunity to shape AI in a way that is inclusive, trustworthy, safe, and truly impactful for our societies. AI will be one of the defining forces shaping the future of our global economy, our societies, and the way we live and work. It is therefore essential that we approach this challenge together through strong international cooperation and shared principles. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön, Excellency. I now request His Excellency Mr. Rafat Abdel Aziz Fahmy Hindi, Minister of Information and Communication Technology of the Arab Republic of Egypt. Floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations for this successful summit. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to join you today at the AI Impact Summit here in India, a nation with which Egypt shares deep strategic ties and long-standing friendship that has shaped the Global South. Our two countries stood together in the non-aligned movement, and today we stand together again to ensure that AI serves humanity, dignity, and shared prosperity. I thank the Government of India for hosting this summit and for its leadership in advancing responsible human-centric AI. We are proud to be engaged in shaping the summit's outcomes and honored to serve jointly as a co-chairs of the critical work group in democratization of AI resources. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2019, Egypt's national AI strategy has integrated AI across healthcare, education, justice, and government services, anchoring AI within Digital Egypt as a national capability for impact, rooted in ethical governance and public purpose. This effort drove a 60-rank rise in our Global AI Readiness Index since 2019. And we are now also partnering with our African and Arab friends to increase the impact of these projects. Excellencies, as AI transforms our societies, the Global South must shape this transformation with a shared voice. Egypt and India stand today as two ancient nations with a modern mission to ensure that AI is a force for development and prosperity for all. We thank India again for its friendship, its vision, and its consistent partnership. In closing, Egypt expresses its full endorsement and support of the AI Impact Summit Declaration, New Delhi 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. We have Fiji here. No. Fiji? We don't have Fiji, right. I move to the next one, Hungary. I now invite His Excellency Dr. Lajos Ola, Deputy Speaker of the Hungarian National Assembly. Hungary? No. We have Iceland? Okay. I request His Excellency Mr. Logi Einarsson, Minister of Culture, Innovation and Higher Education of the Republic of Iceland. Floor is yours.
In the global south, the timing and the location are equally important. As AI technology has continued to advance, so has the growth of the global AI divide. This unjust divide, sadly, disproportionately affects the global south. We therefore have the work cut out for us. As a generational global technology, the future of AI cannot be dictated by any single nation state. Of course, it's critically important that we continue to exploit the potential of AI, but we must enable the cooperation of nations in ensuring fair and responsible development of AI. Despite its small size, Iceland has always had a way of having a noticeable impact, and Iceland is determined to take an active role in shaping the global AI. For instance, with our green and sustainable energy, with our highly educated nation, and not least with our strong track record when it comes to equality. My government, the first in my nation's history to be fully led by women, remains committed to Iceland's long-standing goal to secure equal rights and status for all citizens. AI has the power to lift and empower marginalized groups. We will continue to emphasize that AI is developed with the purpose of serving the public good, not the good of the few. Dear friends, the work ahead is immense, but it's a work we must do for ourselves, of course, but not least for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I think Iran and Ireland, no. We move to Kenya. I request Honorable Mr. William Kabogo, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ministers, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya welcomes the India AI Impact Summit 2026 and commends the Government of India for convening this timely global platform to advance artificial intelligence as a force for people, planet, and progress. This summit is convened at a moment when artificial intelligence is no longer an emerging technology, but a foundation of economic competitiveness, public service, national security capability, and global influence. The key question before the international community is therefore not whether AI will transform societies, because it shall, but whether that transformation will be inclusive, safe, and equitable. Chair, Kenya's position is clear. The AI era must not reproduce a future where a small number of countries and firms control the foundational resources of AI, while the majority of nations remain dependent consumers of systems designed elsewhere. If compute, database, and foundational models remain concentrated of a few, we risk creating a new form of inequality, an AI divide, that will deepen global disparities and weaken national agency. For Kenya, expanding access to AI is therefore not a matter of charity. It is a matter of development, equity, and global stability. Excellencies, we must also be clear that access cannot be reduced to access to applications alone. True access means access to the foundations of AI, affordable compute infrastructure, trusted cloud capacity, representative database, skills talent, and research ecosystems. Without these, developing economies cannot participate meaningfully in shaping AI, nor can they build sustainable domestic capability. At the same time, Kenya believes that progress must be matched with trust. AI will not scale unless citizens have confidence that systems are lawful, transparent, and accountable. That is why Kenya has strengthened its governance framework through robust national instruments, including our Database Protection Act, our cloud policy, and strengthened cybersecurity and digital safety frameworks. Kenya supports a global approach to AI governance that is risk-based, human-centric, and development-oriented, one that enables innovations while safeguarding rights, public safety, and national security. Mr. Chairman, Kenya also stresses that inclusion begins with language and context. AI cannot be truly democratic if it does not reflect the diversity of humanity. If AI systems do not speak Kiswahili, for example, and other African languages, then they will not serve education, public service, innovation, or citizens fairly. The global AI agenda must therefore prioritize low-resource languages and underrepresented contexts so that AI becomes locally relevant, culturally grounded, and socially legitimate. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Kenya calls on the international community to ensure that the AI future is not defined by concentration of power, but by shared capability and shared prosperity. Let us measure success by tangible outcomes. How many countries build real AI capacity? How many communities are included through language and access? And how many citizens experience improved livelihoods through AI-enabled development? Kenya stands ready to work with all partners and parties to ensure AI becomes a shared global enabler of opportunity, dignity, and progress. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Excellency. Indeed, multilingual is the key for many countries, many continents. That's why the models that we are developing in India are very, very focused on having multilingual capabilities. Thank you very much for your intervention. Now we move to Saudi Arabia. May I invite His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Saraf Al Ghamdi, President, Saudi Data and AI Authority of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I would like to appreciate the generous hospitality and the excellent organization of the summit by the Indian government. First, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to join this ministerial discussion as we work towards scaling AI in a way that improves lives, creates opportunities, and earns public trust. Driven by Saudi Vision 2030, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is establishing AI as a reliable national capability to drive better services, stronger competitiveness, and an enhanced quality of life. Throughout our AI journey, three strategic pillars have been key to unlocking AI's full potential and creating sustainable impact. First, people as the core of our ambition. We approach this pillar through a portfolio of national initiatives. Among them is SAMAI, 1 million Saudi to AI, a national scale initiative designed to move society from awareness to capability. Within a year, SAMAI has already reached over 1.2 million trainees. It was planned to finish in 3 years, representing roughly 10% of the kingdom's working citizens. Second, we are building a national infrastructure that enables every sector to deploy AI with speed and consistency. Through Humane, our national AI champion, the Kingdom is accelerating investment in AI-ready data centers and next-generation compute to power the intelligence age. In parallel, We established Hexagon, the world's largest governmental data center to scale data integration and AI-enabled services. Hexagon was inaugurated last month, or launched last month. We have also advanced sovereign capabilities through Alam, our flagship Arabic large language model, ranked second globally in Arabic large language models and performance. Beyond Alam, we are deploying AI applications across priority sectors through centers of excellence, serving various sectors including education, healthcare, energy, environment, smart city, and industry through agentic AI. Third, in line with international frameworks and standards, we have shaped our national governance framework to ensure that as AI scales securely, transparently, and with public trust. This framework includes the National Data Index and the National AI Index to monitor data maturity and AI readiness across more than 200 governmental entities. Finally, Saudi Arabia stands ready to partner with governments, industry, academia, and civil society to share the kingdom's experience in building the foundations for responsible AI and in deploying solutions for the good of humanity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Excellency. My apologies for certain changes in the sequence. We now go to Singapore. Ms. Josephine Teo, Excellency, the floor is now yours for your intervention.
Well, Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw, colleagues and friends, namaskar. And I'd first like to thank India for putting together such a magnificent AI Impact Summit. And your focus on people, planet, and progress really remind us that AI is not an end in itself, but a means to improve lives, strengthen societies, and steward our shared future. Singapore believes that this is the right focus. Our National AI Strategy 2.0 seeks to harness the power of AI in research, in government, and industry. In industry, there are more than 60 AI centers of excellence that have been built up. We have an enterprise compute initiative in partnership with tech giants like Microsoft, Google, and AWS to support AI innovations, particularly amongst SMEs. Today, if you look at the cost of SME adoption, as well as the trade-offs that they have to make, the payoffs, I think this is intended to tilt the balance. So we'd very much like to support it. Also, in terms of government grant support, it goes up to more than around 70%. So that's the kind of commitment that we're prepared to put in. In government, we would also like to find ways forward to be leaders and not laggards. So we use a secure version of several large language models for the civil service, and we built a platform for civil servants to build their own AI bots. So out of less than 90,000 civil servants today, they have been able to build something like 30,000 bots, which is not a bad start. Let me now focus on our efforts to grow capabilities in our research ecosystem through our $1 billion investment in the National AI R&D plan. This includes a strong push in AI for science because we see AI's potential in accelerating scientific discovery and breakthroughs. We are building on past investments in collaborative R&D to launch grand challenges in 4 areas. They are material science, life science, agriculture, and computer science. These involve collaborations across more than 10 renowned universities and institutions globally. And we believe that they will strengthen the pipeline of the next generation of AI bilingual scientists. But let me just also add a word of caution. Research excellence alone is not going to be enough. Innovation flourishes when communities interact with one another. And this is why we created platforms, like Lorong AI, as a space to bring together engineers, founders, policymakers, investors, and researchers so that they can have regular conversations with each other. We plan to expand Lorong AI to a new AI park, which will support research, collaboration, and development of AI applications for businesses and public services. Innovation must also be matched by trust, but as AI advances rapidly, many technical questions remain open. We see value in bringing leading AI safety experts together to deepen shared understanding and identify AI safety research priorities. I'm therefore pleased to announce that Singapore will be hosting the second edition of the International Scientific Exchange on AI safety research priorities this year and update the Singapore Consensus on Global AI Safety Research Priorities to take into consideration the latest developments. Singapore also welcomes the deliverables of the summit, which offer pragmatic ways to foster inclusive collaboration across the innovation stack. We support proposals to develop the network of AI for science institutions, and those that have been put forward by the Science Working Group, we believe will strengthen global research linkages and complement our own investments in collaborative R&D. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Teo. Excellent interventions. Do we have Kyrgyz? No. We have Latvia. Thank you. We now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Raymond Suders, Minister of Smart Administration and Regional Development of the Republic of Latvia.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you very much for hospitality and amazing summit. Dear colleagues, at its current stage of development, AI can be compared to a flame. If we are to benefit from it without causing harm or triggering wider wildfires, it must be handled with care and responsibility. We can already clearly see the benefit of AI advancement. It is driving advances in science and health diagnostic. AI assistant tools are boosting productivity across industries. Adaptive education, allowing every child to learn at their own way, is becoming a reality. Also, language barriers are fading through AI-mediated communication. Yet, alongside these benefits, we confront a hard truth. AI is also creating serious safety risk. Global AI incident report data suggests that intentional misuse of AI by malicious actors is a dominant source of harm. That requires urgent attention and action. And first, we must close the gap in digital content verification, enabling people identify AI-generated material. Second, we must strengthen platform responsibility, including rapid removal of fake networks. Third, we must deter the operators of manipulate campaigns through sanctions and legal measures against systems that impersonate real media and weaponize AI at scale. We need clear rules for safe and trustworthy AI. Latvia supports strong regulation grounded in transparency, risk management, and safeguards against interference in domestic processes. During the last European Parliament election, foreign states actors deployed deepfakes, clones media outlets, and coordinated networks of fake accounts active around voting days and driven by automated behavior. These tactics are evolving rapidly. We now face AI-generated audio and video, fabricated documents, and large-scale bot networks. Nowhere is this more visible than in Ukraine. the most targeted country for hostile information attacks. Deep fakes of leaders, fake documents, and manipulated images are used to undermine morale, distort reality, and weaken international support for Ukraine. This is not business as usual. It is strategic, industrial-scale interference, and it requires a collective response. AI offers immense opportunities, but it also brings immense responsibility. If we act together, decisively, transparently, and in solidarity, we can ensure that AI serves people, not those who seek to deceive them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Your concerns are very important. We now go to Lithuania. Yes. His Excellency, Mr. Edvinas Griksas, Minister of Economy and Innovation of the Republic of Lithuania.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to sincerely thank the government of India for hosting such an amazing event. I am very happy to be here today, and it is a pleasure to join this ministerial panel at the India AI Impact Summit and to share Lithuania's perspective on how smaller, agile economies can contribute meaningfully to the global AI ecosystem. Lithuania forms an integral part of the European Union economy, and we see our role clearly to contribute responsibly to Europe's competitiveness while making entry into EU simpler, faster, and more predictable for companies developing AI solutions. As a smaller country, Lithuania benefits from agility. We have fewer administrative layers, faster decision-making, and close coordination between government, business, and academia. This allows us to function as a practical gateway, especially for companies seeking a starting point in Europe. We are therefore proposing a starter pack available for AI innovators with offices in Lithuania. First, computing infrastructure. Lithuania is launching a national AI factory, LitAI, bringing high-performance computing, data access, research capacity, and industry collaboration under one roof. It is designed not only for national use, but as an entry platform for companies that want to develop, test, and deploy AI solutions on an European scale. And gigafactories is a next step. Second, data. Lithuania is among Europe's leaders in open and high-value public data sets, with a national data lake, one-stop access model, 6 biobanks, and other infrastructure. Third, strategic AI support. We are aligning our national AI strategy with European Apply AI approach, focusing on real deployment in industry and the public sector. This gives companies clarity on where AI is encouraged, supported, and scaled in Europe. Fourth, talent. Lithuania has one of the strongest ICT talent pipelines in the European Union, and we continue to invest in skills development across academia, industry, and public sector. Through initiatives such as GovAI and LitAI, we combine training with real-world problem solving. And finally, regulation. Our objective is to reduce, this processes of creating innovation. And that's why Lithuania has launched one of the first use AI regulatory sandboxes, helping companies navigate the AI Act faster with guidance, testing, and compliance support built in. We aim to turn trusted innovations into a competitive advantage. The idea is simple. Companies can start in Lithuania, adapt their solutions to European Union requirements in a supportive environment, and then scale confidently across the single market. To reiterate, Lithuania does not aim to compete on size. We contribute with speed, clarity, and partnerships. By working together, we are building AI value chains that are competitive, trustworthy, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We really are running Time is so very important now. Malaysia, Excellency Mr. YB Tuan Gobind Singh Deo, Minister of Digital. Your floor is yours.
Excellency, thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank India for hosting this excellent event. Malaysia welcomes the summit and commends the government of India for its leadership in bringing together the international community and the guiding principle of welfare for all, happiness of all, ensuring that the benefits of artificial intelligence are shared by all. Artificial intelligence represents a defining inflection point in human progress. As reflected in the summit declaration, the decisions we make today will shape whether AI becomes a force for inclusive growth, social good, and human advancement. Malaysia firmly believes that AI must be human-centered, trusted, inclusive, and development-oriented. At a national level, we are guided by the implementation of the 13th Malaysia Plan, or RMK13, and the Malaysia Digital Action Plan of 2030. Malaysia accelerated its trajectory towards becoming an AI-driven nation by the year 2030. In doing so, digital progress must be inclusive, responsible, and human-centered. These plans position digital transformation as the very engine of Malaysia's sustainable and inclusive national development. The National AI Action Plan 2026-2030 serves as our primary horizontal roadmap, integrating 28 key initiatives across all 7 pillars to transition Malaysia into an AI nation by the year 2030. At the core of the 13th Malaysia Plan lies the AI Nation Framework, a whole-of-nation strategy built on 5 key pillars. First, forward-looking AI policy and regulation. Second, talent cultivation. Third, robust data and digital infrastructure. Fourth, strengthened digital trust. And fifth, strategic investment. This framework ensures that AI drives not only economic growth, but also social growth. Important to this is data and how it is shared, which comes to the Data Sharing Act of 2025, which establishes a secure, standardized, and regulated framework for data sharing across federal public sector agencies. The Act aims to enable integration and interoperability of government data sets, a foundation for building an AI-ready data ecosystem which supports innovation, model development, and evidence-based policy making across Malaysia. To guide the adoption of cloud technology, we have, through the Ministry of Digital, introduced a national cloud computing policy recently. This serves as a nation's strategic blueprint, which will drive a sovereign, secure, and sustainable digital ecosystem, positioning Malaysia as a premier investment destination in the regional digital economy. The Ministry is also now at phase 3 of the Malaysia Digital Economy Blueprint and the National 4IR policy, which involves a strategic shift towards economic sovereignty through innovation. The focus is on positioning Malaysia to become a regional market producer for digital products and a digital solutions provider rather than just a user of imported technology. Excellencies, the issue which arises in planning how we reach this target of establishing an AI nation 2030 has resulted in several considerations which I think need to be discussed. Whilst we speak of investments, I think all governments welcome investments. We speak to innovators who tell us what the next generation technology they think is and how it is they're going to develop it, and we express a lot of interest in it. And at the same time, we speak about how we want to make sure that no sector or individual is left behind in digital transformation. But here I think lies a problem. And the problem is really one that involves government. If you look at the title of today's summit, it's around impact. And of course, when we speak about impact, I think the words say it all. It's welfare for all and happiness of all. But the real question here is, what role does government play to ensure that the digital tools that we create actually reaches its targeted audience? Whilst we speak about sectors that still don't have access to clean water, some civilizations which still are struggling to have education, some which have a problem when it comes to food security, we speak about innovation which solves these problems. There are tools that does exactly that, but yet there is this huge gap. We might move into an era where we have lots of technology, but that technology is not actually sent or channeled down to those who actually need it. So here I think there's a need for us to be open about this and start speaking about how governments can ensure that whilst they develop policies that build ecosystems in their countries which develop and deliver technology, there must also be focus given to how it is they can ensure that there is scale. Because if there is no scale and there's no effort made by governments to make sure that these people who need technology to help them actually get that technology, then I think these efforts of ours may really come to naught. We may find ourselves in a world where we have solutions, but ultimately the problems that the solutions were created for still remain. So I would really take this opportunity again to thank India for having this discussion, because I think ultimately it is, after perhaps a decade or two of focusing on innovation and technology, it really now is about impact. Impact means ensuring that technology gets to those who need technology. And ultimately, I think discussions like this are important, but the real question is, what do we as governments do? How do we perhaps look at India as a model that has demonstrated that scale is something that we can achieve? But we need to think about it. We may even need to look at regulation to ensure that those who innovate also play a role to make sure that the products they create actually reach the target audience, and I think this is something that governments must do. That gap can only be filled by conversations like this, and I must thank the government of India for hosting this summit, and of course all of you who are here today to also exchange your ideas and views. And I think moving ahead, if we all put our minds together and we are able to bring technology to those people who need technology, and I think we will all succeed. Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you, Excellency, for your excellent comments. We now go to Russia. I request His Excellency Mr. Maksud Shadev, Minister of Digital Development, Communications and Mass Media of the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We thank you for hosting us today. We highly appreciate that the current discussion is structured as a truly open one with the participation of all interested states on an equal basis, as actually the preparatory process for the conference for the summit was organized as well. Today, the use of AI is becoming a key growth factor. It increases productivity, helps modernize public administration, and opens up new opportunities for education, medicine, industry, and science. However, along with these obvious benefits, the use of AI can also pose risks to the sovereignty of states, information security, and human rights. Our common goal is to ensure that the security and trustworthiness of AI, that is the conditions in which innovation and development are combined with the protection of the interests of citizens, society, and the state. In practice, this is reflected in several basic universal principles, which are compliance by developers with national legislation, protection of personal data, reliability and sustainability of AI technologies, and the unacceptability of discrimination in developing and implementing AI systems. It is especially important that the summit focuses on the practical needs of developing countries. Much has been said at the summit about overcoming digital inequality between states, and this is perhaps indeed one of the most serious challenges facing us. The world majority needs non-discriminatory access to AI resources such as data, computing power, and hardware and software. The uneven distribution of technologies and means of production among states limits not only progress, but also the ability of countries to fully participate in the development of standards and rules in the field of AI, and can be overcome only through fair trade, economic, scientific, and technical cooperation that does not accept illegitimate unilateral, restrictive, or coercive measures. It is important to preserve and strengthen the central role of the United Nations in discussing artificial intelligence issues, including such important aspects as AI regulation. We suggest that we work together to think about joint practical measures, including creating a repository of AI proxy control tools and implementing open source software solutions, taking into account the requirements of national legislation. It is in the interests of the world majority to make AI more accessible by creating multilateral research centers, increasing the level of applied and theoretical knowledge, launching educational programs, and multilingual online platforms. Russia joins the final declaration of the summit with the understanding that when implementing the initiatives mentioned in the declaration, we will be guided by our legislation and national security considerations based on the specifics of information technologies that require taking into account their anonymity, cross-border nature, and undeclared capabilities. Russia is ready for practical cooperation with all partners to share experiences, joint projects, and common efforts to promote trusted solutions, including products and models that may be in demand in the countries of the Global South. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We go to Maldives. His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Kina Nath. Maldives. We then move to Morocco. Her Excellency Ms. Amal Al Falah Segrouchni, Minister Delegate to the Head of the Government in charge of Digital Transition and Administrative Reform of the Kingdom of Morocco. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm deeply honored to be with you today in New Delhi at the heart of this AI Impact Summit as an essential gathering and to represent for the second consecutive year the Kingdom of Morocco at AI Summit. First, allow me to briefly highlight the historic and friendly relationship between Morocco and India. It is rooted in the long arc of history. As early as the 14th century, Ibn Battuta traveled to and lived for several years in India, leaving writings that have become a valuable source on medieval Indian society. After that, and since that, our relationships has been strengthened at the highest level, notably through the royal visits of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, in 2001 and 2015, marked by a memorable meeting with the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and our shared determination to elevate our cooperation to the level of strategic partnership. In a world where technology evolves faster than our institutions, this moment of multilateral dialogue are essential to share experiences, align visions, and act collectively towards a great benefit for the greatest number. The theme of this summit, AI Impact, remains us that AI can improve daily life, better healthcare, education, protection of resources, reduce digital divides, and improve mobility, design of smart public services. But of course, AI can also amplify risk, if not well mastered. The risk of growing inequalities, our technological dependencies, and loss of digital sovereignty. According to Moroccan strategy Digital 2030, we consider AI as long-term strategic choice, reshaping competitiveness, sovereignty, and geopolitics. We are in favor of third way, where we rely on collective intelligence to build an AI made in Morocco. Our approach is leveraged by the creation of a national network of Jazari Institutes, centers of excellence in AI, grounded in territories and acting as bridge between research, development, and innovation. It rests on three pillars. The first one is sovereignty and trust, because trust is necessary for AI adoption and wide onboarding. So we are putting in place many initiatives, including a national framework for responsible AI, national e-wallet that offers digital services while it respects security and privacy by design, secure data governance, and sovereign cloud and computing infrastructure, including a green data center of 500 megawatts. Second pillar concerns innovation and competitiveness. The second pillar is our ability to produce and master useful AI building blocks adapted to our economic and social needs. Therefore, we propose National Digital Commons flagship, including a data factory and national software forge to pool, industrialize, scale up, and secure our critical building blocks. Third and last pillar is the impact and adoption. This pillar is about scaling up in investing in talents with skilling and reskilling capabilities, as well as moving beyond isolated experiments toward solutions that are deployable, measurable, and truly useful. This is where AI's credibility is built and where its real impact on citizens' daily lives is delivered. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our national action is designed with a regional and international cooperation. Morocco places great importance on South-South and multilateral cooperation, as it is already the case in two important frameworks, DCO, which is Digital Cooperation Organization Framework, and D4SD, which means Digital for Sustainable Development, supported by the UNDP. Ladies and gentlemen, Morocco is ready to contribute to this collective momentum. Let us make AI a force for real impact, for dignity, trust, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we go to New Zealand. Honorable Dr. Shane Reddy, Minister for Science, Innovation and Technology. Floor is yours.
Ngā mihi tarangi, ngā mihi te whenua, ngā mihi kia koutou. I greet the sky, I greet the earth, and Your Excellencies, I greet all of you. Mr. Chair, on behalf of New Zealand, acknowledging the Global South and noting that New Zealand is about as far south as you can get, thank you for convening this conference. New Zealand welcomes the opportunity to contribute to this discussion and to share how we are embracing AI to drive sustainable growth, national competitiveness, and long-term prosperity. We are in India at a time when global attention is rightly focused on how artificial intelligence can deliver real-world impact. For New Zealand, AI is not an abstract issue. It is a practical economic opportunity that we are actively pursuing to positively impact people's lives. Our priority is to be a smart, confident adopter of AI. We are using it to lift productivity, support better public services, and strengthen our science, education, and innovation systems. Trust and balance are central to this approach. I heard a previous speaker say that the language of innovation is the language of trust. We agree. We are putting in place proportionate risk-based guardrails so people and businesses can have confidence in how AI is developed and used. We want to move away from conversations focused on theory and risk alone towards focusing on practical outcomes that deliver tangible benefits for people, businesses, and communities. That is why we are supportive of global initiatives like the AI Impact Summit, which are reframing the global conversation on AI and are indeed reflected in our national AI strategy. Domestically, New Zealand is backing an approach with significant system-wide reforms to science, innovation and technology, sharpening our focus on impact and strengthening the links between research, industry needs and real-world outcomes. A central part of this is the establishment of the New Zealand Institute for Advanced Technology, which will include a dedicated world-class national platform for AI research. The Institute is designed as a national hub to drive applied, high-valued research, capability development, and importantly, international collaboration. Through it, we are investing in shared platforms and partnerships that accelerate responsible adoption and translate research into economic and societal value. We are also actively enabling our small and medium-sized enterprises to deploy AI by co-funding access to practical support from trusted experts so they can confidently use AI tools. India is clearly playing a leading role in AI. It is a major force in science, technology, and digital innovation, and it brings an important perspective to the global AI conversation. New Zealand values that leadership and sees strong alignment in our shared focus on applied research, skills development, and responsible innovation. Education and research partnerships also underpin this work, supporting talent development, collaboration, and long-term people-to-people links as our countries rapidly respond to technology. In closing, ultimately, this is about partnership. All countries represented here share a responsibility to ensure AI supports economic growth and delivers benefits that are broad-based and enduring. New Zealand looks forward to deepening cooperation through the summit and beyond. Thank you all for your leadership. Thank you for your company. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Excellency, for your excellent remarks. Indeed, we also value nature, the way you described it. That was very nice. Which language was that?
Indigenous Maori.
Thank you. That was really nice.
You're welcome.
We now go to Oman. His Excellency Engineer Saeed Al-Mawali, Honorable Minister of Transport, Communications and Information Technology.
Your Excellency Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, esteemed delegates, first of all, I would like to extend our deep gratitude to the Republic of India for graciously hosting this significant assembly and for its support in fostering regional and global dialogue in AI. Artificial intelligence is no longer a future concept. It's actively shaping public services, economies, and societies. In the Sultanate of Oman, we have been clear from the outset. AI adoption must go hand in hand with strong governance, ethical principles, and human-centered design. The National Program for Artificial Intelligence and Advanced Digital Technologies is Oman's blueprint to excel in the AI era. The program focuses on three main streams: adoption of AI in economic sectors, localization of AI technologies, and AI governance with a human-first approach. In Oman, we witness tangible growth in the number of AI startups, AI investments, and AI infrastructure, with the launch of several major strategic initiatives. For example, Oman Digital Triangle, a flagship project designed to host AI data centers and superclusters powered by sustainable green energy. Green AI Alliance, a collaborative coalition of more than 40 entities, including government bodies, energy firms, and investors, focus on developing AI while prioritizing environmental preservation. Special AI Zone, a dedicated hub located in Muscat, offers incentives to attract AI startups and tech firms from the region. Mu'in AI, a national LLM trained with the culture, policies, traditions, and values dedicated to the public sector to increase productivity and efficiency. AI Studio, a flagship initiative to bring together AI challenges and solutions under a single platform to guide the co-creation of innovative solutions and products. Within governments, AI solution moved from experimentation to real operational value. We successfully implemented AI pilot projects across priority sectors such as health, justice, education, procurement, and governance. These projects improved efficiency, accuracy, and service quality while maintaining human oversight and accountability at every stage. Your Excellency, recognizing the increasing impact of AI on decision-making and public trust, Oman published the General Policy for the Safe and Ethical Use of Artificial Intelligence System. This policy represents a foundational pillar for responsible AI adoption and establishes clear principles for fairness, transparency, accountability, human oversight, data protection, and explainability. Your Excellencies, our approach to artificial intelligence is clear. We are not pursuing AI for its own sake. We are building an AI ecosystem that is innovative yet trustworthy, ambitious yet responsible, and advanced yet human-centered. As we move forward, the Sultanate of Oman remains committed to ensuring that artificial intelligence serves national development, protects social values, and strengthens public trust today for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We have Norway, Her Excellency Ms. Karianne Aldernes Tang, Minister of Digitalization and Public Governance of the Kingdom of Norway.
Namaste. Honourable Minister Vaishnav, Your Excellencies, colleagues, let me begin by thanking our host, Prime Minister Modi, for arranging this summit. India's leadership in placing artificial intelligence at the forefront of global dialogue has created a solid platform for meaningful exchange and constructive cooperation. Artificial intelligence is transforming our society at a blistering speed. It brings possibilities and it brings turmoil. To ensure this new technology serves humanity, we must act together across borders and sectors. AI must be developed and deployed in line with international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. Human rights must be respected, protected, and promoted online as well as offline. Norway strongly supports the development of common international principles and guardrails for trustworthy AI and sound governance principles. We think this is a prerequisite and not a barrier to successful and valuable AI adoption around the world. If people cannot trust AI, they will be less likely to use them. And we need people and organizations to use AI. The possibilities and potential are huge. Norway, as many other countries, is facing demographic challenges. It's important not only to adopt new technology and AI, but to change the way we plan, organize, work, and collaborate so we are actually able to gain real value from AI as businesses and society. Welfare and happiness for all, as expressed so good by our Indian host. In order to reap the full benefits of AI, education must adapt, and we need to get serious about reskilling those already in the labor market while educating new talents. Success in AI is not mainly about the technology itself. It is about how we, as a society and people, adopt and steer. Our younger population is also using AI at high rates. That is good. However, we need to have attention towards the potential danger of AI for young people. Until we know more about the psychological consequences of extensive communication with, for instance, chatbots, also the potential dangers of manipulation via AI, of the impact on the learning process in our schools and universities. And we must stop the repulsive use of AI to generate abusive, exploitive, or otherwise harmful content. Protecting children and youth online is a Norwegian priority. That's why we also suggested an age limit of 15 years old for social media in Norway. To sum it up, Norway strongly believes in the potential of artificial intelligence to generate value for people, businesses, and society. But to ensure responsible and safe use of the technology, we should work across borders in forums such as the GPI, OECD, the United Nations, and through AI Impact Summit as a whole to agree on common standards, guidelines, and guardrails. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. We go to Philippines. Honorable Henry Royal Aguda, Secretary of Information and Communication Technology of the Republic of Philippines. No? Okay. Philippines, Portuguese, do we have? Oh, yes. His Excellency, Mr. Gonçalo Matias, Minister to the Prime Minister and for State Reform of the Portuguese Republic. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Namaste. I wish to thank Prime Minister Modi for organizing this timely and very important conference. Portugal, like many countries, is confronting the profound realities of a changing world. In recent weeks, we have faced extreme weather and growing climate pressures. These events remind us that preparedness is not optional, and that technology, including AI, must be part of our tools for protection, prevention, and the well-being of our citizens. It is a privilege to be here in India for the AI Impact Summit organized by a country that has shown the world how digital public infrastructure can transform societies at scale. And we are at a fundamental moment when the FTA agreement between the EU and India has been signed, and partnerships between the EU and Global South are also pivotal to gain digital sovereignty. Portugal is positioned among the global leaders in digital government, ranking third in the OECD 2026 Digital Government Index. This is due to bold investments in digital public infrastructure, data governance, and AI. And today we enter a new phase, one where AI becomes embedded across the state, the economy, and society. We are also engaged in supporting the Euro HPC application, very strong and solid application to host an AI gigafactory in Portugal. So Portugal wants to develop a strong track record as a test bed for digital innovation, Several Indian leading technology companies have established major delivery and innovation centers in Portugal, serving clients across Europe and beyond our territory. Their choice reflects structural advantages: a highly skilled multilingual engineering workforce, strong STEM output, seamless integration within the European Union's regulatory and digital frameworks, advanced digital public services, and a stable, predictable business environment. Portugal offers something increasingly rare: agility with stability. A country large enough to scale, yet compact enough to pilot, test, and deploy innovation efficiently. In the spirit of this summit, inspired by the principle of welfare for all, we believe AI must serve people and companies, strengthen trust, and deliver benefits that are widely shared. We are actively, decisively through 3 pillars. First, our national digital strategy: 72 concrete projects to modernize the state, improve interoperability, and accelerate digital public services. An ambitious goal to have 100% of our public services available digitally by 2030. Second, our national artificial intelligence agenda, placing AI at the service of competitiveness and the public good. Generative AI alone has an estimated gross value-added potential of 1.2 billion euros in the state. We are creating sectorial AI centers in health, education, and industry, expanding supercomputing capacity, launching regulatory sandboxes, attracting global talent through AI fast-track visa, and aligning fully with the European AI Act. Third, our digital skills pact, investing in people and raising the digital literacy of our population and workers. AI must empower workers, not replace them. Our ambition is clear: a simpler state that accelerates development rather than slowing it. A country at the forefront of Europe's digital transformation. A competitive, open, cooperative AI ecosystem aligned with Europe's distinctive model: strong in science, industrial application, and open innovation. Portugal chooses to lead where it can be strongest: in adoption, real-world application, public sector transformation, and responsive innovation. Technology must serve people, never the other way around. If we combine competitiveness with trust, innovation and inclusion, and ambition with responsibility, AI will not only boost our economies, but also strengthen our democracies and social cohesion. That is the impact we want to seek. Thank you, Jai Ho.
Thank you, Jai Ho. Indeed. We now go to Rwanda. We have Rwanda? No? Okay. We move to then Senegal. No. Singapore, already covered. Now Suriname. No, Suriname. Tajikistan. Tanzania. Tajikistan? Yeah. Okay. We have His Excellency Mr. Sherali Kabir, Minister of Industry, New Technologies of the Republic of Tajikistan. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues, at the outset, allow me to express my appreciation to Indian government for organizing today's forum, as well as for the invitation to participate in it. I wish everyone fruitful discussions and success. I'm confident that today's forum will provide experts, business, and the private sector with opportunities to establish cooperative relations and promote the development of the AI industry. Tajikistan is endowed with great natural resources that form the foundation of upstream artificial intelligence, water for cooling, green energy for compute, metals and minerals for AI chips, each of which are priorities of our economic growth and development. Tajikistan has the highest average annual economic growth in the region, over 8%. Also, Tajikistan plans to generate 5% of GDP from AI by 2040. 98% of energy generated in Tajikistan is green hydropower, which highly affordable electricity rate for compute. Tajikistan and India are closer, with only 45 kilometers separating them, and a flight from Dushanbe to Delhi is closer than from Delhi to Mumbai. With the Kasa 1000 power line connecting the region, fiber cables can also be added, allowing the development of the joint AI data center in Tajikistan to support India's inference market. Our hydro energy output is 527 billion kilowatt, and we are currently in final phase of constructing one of the world's largest hydropower plant, Ragun, nearly 4 gigawatts. But we only utilize 6% of hydro potential, which is over more than 500 billion kilowatts. By 2030, global demand for AI compute will reach 200 gigawatts. This creates a major opportunity for my country for affordable AI compute. The government also initiated full national strategy of rapid industrialization and has passed national artificial intelligence strategy, one of the first in Central Asia. Until year 2026, industry will double its output and create 500,000 new jobs in the process. Tajikistan has started Area AI, a national AI free zone that offers incentives for investment in AI. Recently, United Nations adopted a resolution initiated by Tajikistan for self-regulation of AI in Central Asia, giving companies freedom to deploy advanced AI models in our computer hub. Our mining aspect, our country has all the critical metals and rare earth metals that are of great demand of the world to transition to green AI economy. Tajikistan has 800 different deposits for metals and minerals, 100 currently in operation. They include nickel, lithium, antimony, copper, tin, zinc, and rare earth metals. Remarkably, this represents only 5% of the country's geological exploration. We also continue to partner with leading US and European companies to deploy AI-powered satellites for full exploration across the remaining 95%. 70% of the country's population is under 35 years old, and annual growth is nearly 3%, who also speak several languages. To ensure investment protection, the government provided investment agreement ratified by Parliament, provide many incentives for taxation, and we are a member of WTO and New York Convention for Arbitration. We welcome any investment in the AI sector of Republic of Tajikistan. Just imagine only 6% of energy sector and 70% of young multilingual population, which potential of become future AI talent. Tajikistan is already leading in many aspects. Time and with everyone.
We now go to Tanzania. Her Excellency Ms. Angela Kairuki, Minister of Communications, Information Technology for the United Republic of Tanzania.
Namaste. Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, Minister, colleagues. ICT, and AI as the backbone of our future growth. They have been embedded in our Tanzania Development Vision 2050. We have set a clear benchmark whereby 70% of digital literacy and 80% of the digital service delivery rate has been included. To bridge the gap between these goals and our current reality, we seek to move beyond the traditional ICT, and we seek to embrace scaling up of AI as it is not just an option, as it is essential catalyst required to fulfill the promise of our 2050 objectives. We also plan to turn our vision into reality, and as such, we have established the National AI Strategic Framework for the year 2026-2034, spearheading more than 50 pilot projects in the critical areas such as agriculture, health, climate, finance, but also transportation. We believe that by utilizing these 50 pilot projects as innovation labs, we can test the technologies in the real-world settings, refine our approach based on the proven data, but also ensure that our move toward a nationwide AI rollout is both secure but also evidence-based. We also recognize that responsible AI cannot exist without a robust digital foundation. Today, our partnership with the private sector has pushed the 4G coverage to over 94%, but also the 5G to 30%. We aren't just connecting people, we are building the industrial nervous system of the future with 27,000 kilometers of the optic fiber, world-class data centers, and the critical undersea cable landings. Most importantly, we are ensuring that no one is left behind. Through our authority, UCSAF, we have brought digital life to over 3,700 villages, ensuring that the benefits of AI, but also of the high-speed data, reach every corner of Tanzania, especially from the urban centers to our most remote wards. Tanzania is also strategically advancing the Tanzania technology stack, integrating the digital public infrastructure as a cornerstone of our digital economic strategic framework. We would like to take this opportunity to extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude to our colleagues at the Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology for India, whose expertise and India stack model have been very invaluable in guiding our own infrastructure development. These collaborative efforts have significantly enhanced public service delivery, but they've also accelerated our financial inclusion, as it has been evidenced by our 63.2 million active mobile money accounts and 58.1 million internet users. Together, we are building the foundation for a digitally empowered society that is accessible to every Tanzanian citizen. Skills and human capital are the lifeblood of our AI strategy, as we are not just building infrastructure, we are also building experts. Through the Digital Tanzania project, we have already upskilled 500 government ICT professionals in the critical areas like big data, but also in AI in high-tech universities worldwide. Simultaneously, we are securing our future through the Samia Scholarship Program, which has granted more than 1,313 students the opportunity to pursue excellence in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But also our commitment to building comprehensive governance structures and ethical guardrails ensure that AI adoption in Tanzania is fair, it is transparent, but also accountable. In conclusion, AI can be a very powerful enabler of social empowerment, but its success depends on inclusion, capacity building, ethical governance, and collaboration. The United Republic of Tanzania is committed to this journey, and we look forward to work with partners globally to ensure that the benefits of AI are shared equitably. We also would like to take this opportunity to endorse the final declaration for the Global AI Impact Summit, and I would like to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. We were scheduled to complete this session at 3:30 p.m. We are right now at 5 p.m. So there is a hard stop at 5:15 because after that there is a round table chaired by Honorable Prime Minister. So we will request many delegates to kindly give your written submissions, which we will take on record and publish as a part of this ministerial round. I'll request Uganda, Zimbabwe, UNHCR, ILO, ITU, and then we will close this session. Now I request Uganda, Dr. Honorable Chris Barrio-Munsi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Uganda is happy to be part of this discussion and would like to thank Prime Minister Modi and the government of India for convening this conference and for extending an invitation to Uganda. We take note of the technology revolution that is taking place in the world with emerging technologies that continue to shape socio-economic transformation of our societies. We also take note of the huge digital divide that exists between the global north and the south, but also within the context of south-south, we see the digital divide. And these gaps needed to be bridged, and this calls for partnership and collaboration. AI and other emerging technologies are taking the world by storm, and it is imperative that we must embrace and integrate these technologies in the work that we do. We now know that for better outcomes, efficiency, and productivity, services like health, education, agriculture, defense, governance, among others, should and must integrate artificial intelligence and other technologies. In Uganda, we are guided by our national digital vision and a digital transformation roadmap, where we have developed policies, strategies, and a number of interventions that guide us in the broader areas of information and communications technology. We are now completing developing of a specific policy on AI, and this policy will guide us on how to harness the advantages of artificial intelligence, but also provide for how to mitigate for the downside of AI, including the need to address issues of ethics. Uganda stands ready to partner and work with India and all the other countries gathered here as we embrace artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. Partnership is key, and individual countries should not go it alone if we are to reap the benefits of artificial intelligence. We want once again to thank the government of India for convening this meeting and inviting us, and we are ready to partner and collaborate with all of you. I thank you and wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Zimbabwe, Honorable Dingamoji Futi, Deputy Minister of Information, Communication Technology, Post, Courier Services of the Republic of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I firstly would like to thank this great nation, Prime Minister Modi, for the gracious host that they have been, and congratulate them on the same token for organizing such an impactful program. Thank you again for Zimbabwe views AI not as a luxury but as a critical enabler for economic transformation and improved service delivery, aligning with our National Development Strategy 1 and 2, which are our economic blueprints, as well as the Vision 2030. Our first step was to rush deployment, but also underline were the critical documents, which were the National AI Strategy, as well as the recently concluded Zimbabwe AI Readiness Assessment Methodology. And this diagnostic tool, developed in consultation with stakeholders, allowed us to assess our national capacity across key pillars, governance structures, data ecosystems, and human capital. The finding gave us a clear, honest picture of our strengths and gaps we must urgently address. Based on the finding, we also move the policy forward. I'm proud to announce that the Zimbabwe National Artificial Intelligence Strategy has been finalized, and it is a whole of government and whole of society roadmap. This strategy will be officially launched soon. Participating in this high-level engagement here assists us to benchmark and see the best way that we can use artificial intelligence for good. The integration of AI is poised to accelerate global developmental agenda, enhancing efficiency and innovation across all sectors. It is for this reason that we throw our weight and voice in congratulating you for hosting this important summit. I thank you and submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. We now go to UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Peggy Hicks. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Artificial intelligence is reshaping societies. AI systems are likely to touch almost every aspect of life, which means they touch almost all of our human rights, from delivery of public services like education and healthcare, to criminal justice and elections, from employment and social protection, to our right to a safe, healthy environment. But how can we be sure that the promised impact of AI will deliver what people need while avoiding risks? Without deliberate attention and engagement, digital technologies, including AI, could amplify inequalities. Some 2.2 billion people have no access to the internet, and even many who do are excluded from AI by disparities based on income, language, gender, and geography. AI computing power is dominated by a small number of companies in rich countries. Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights sets forth the right of everyone to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. This first summit, AI summit, in a global majority country is therefore highly significant. It has great potential to go beyond symbolism and lead concrete efforts to shrink digital divides. We need to narrow the gap between those at the forefront of digital technologies and those most likely to benefit from them. India and other countries that are developing AI can demonstrate leadership through responsible, innovative business models that take on the dominant narrative of bigger, faster, better. To act on Minister Vaishnav's wise words that innovation without trust is a liability. One key question that is not asked often enough is, what is AI for? This revolutionary technology offers potential to improve lives and safeguard our planet, not deepen inequalities or damage our environment in pursuit of profit. AI can be used to advance human rights, to make our world safer and more peaceful, and to develop human creativity, imagination, and purpose. AI systems are already advancing human rights in a variety of ways, including, for example, by predicting and helping to prevent crises and wars, by supercharging progress in healthcare and education, by solving global challenges like food insecurity, and in many other areas. For example, our office is using AI tools to preserve indigenous languages and cultures. AI that benefits humanity will only happen if we wire human rights into AI products by design. That requires allocating capital and compute to AI systems that put rights first and deliver for everyone. We need incentive structures that reward companies for acting responsibly and delivering AI for people. Governments have collectively affirmed the importance of building trust by governing AI based on human rights, and that was repeated today by a number of heads of states in the Leaders' Lunch. Robust frameworks for safety, transparency, participation, and accountability are a foundation that we can build on to truly deliver for people. Now we need concrete action by states. The creation of the Independent International Scientific Panel on Artificial Intelligence is an important milestone that will require strong human rights expertise and robust participation by civil society. Practical support for both governments and companies to find sustainable solutions that integrate human rights is essential. Together, we can build a future that moves fast and strengthens rather than breaks things by making human rights a foundation for AI development and diffusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now request Director General of the International Labour Organization, His Excellency Mr. Gilbert Hungbo. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the International Labour Organization, let me start by thanking the government of India for your leadership by convening what is clearly a very, very successful summit. We all know that AI is already shaping the world of work, changing tasks, skills, and occupations across sectors with significant impact for jobs and for productivity. But ILO's research indicates that AI will generally transform more jobs than automate them away. Yet, while AI can enhance work and create new opportunities, it's also leading to additional challenges, including for those displaced by technology, and threatens to widen existing divides. Therefore, the key policy question is not whether AI will transform work, but whether this transformation will advance decent work and social justice. And this requires proactive and coherent policy responses. First, people must be at the center of AI strategy, as we heard all along today. Investment in skills, lifelong learning, and employment and social protection policies is essential to help workers and enterprises adapt. Second, institutions matter. We need to strengthen public services, including labor market information systems and employment services. At the same time, social dialogue is critical so we can better anticipate change, manage risks, and build trust. Third, AI governance must be aligned with employment and social policies so that innovation goes hand in hand with rights, inclusion, and job quality. Countries acknowledge the challenge that remains, including unequal access to training and infrastructure gaps. Importantly, it shows the value of international cooperation and shared learning to overcome these constraints. The ILO stands ready to continue working together in the context of the international multilateralism in shaping AI policies that promote decent work and productivity. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. And last but not the least, the most important telecom sector, I now invite Her Excellency, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Secretary General of the ITU. Floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I guess I should say good evening. We all recognize artificial intelligence has the potential to transform lives. We have heard it, we have seen it, but the true measure of success will be whether it reaches everyone in every country and in every local community. As the Delhi Declaration reminds us, AI's promise is best realized only when its benefits are shared by humanity. Whether AI becomes a bridge to innovation and opportunity, or another fault line dividing those with access from those without, the answer will depend on three essential foundations. I'll call them the 3 S's: standards, skills, and solutions. First, standards. The essential shared language for trustworthy, interoperable AI. Without shared standards, we risk fragmentation, uncertainty, and unequal access. Second, skills. Technology alone does not change the world. People do. Without the skills to use and shape AI, its opportunities will remain out of reach for too many. And third, solutions. AI must deliver real impact in people's lives, strengthening education, healthcare, advancing science, and expanding opportunity. In each of these areas, the ITU is ready to serve as your trusted partner. Excellencies, we cannot let the digital divide become the AI divide. This is our shared responsibility. As Prime Minister Modi so rightly underscored this morning, AI is a transformative power. If directionless, it becomes a disruption. If the right direction is found, it becomes a solution. Through the 7 chakras, India has articulated a compelling vision for a people-centric AI future. In the months ahead, as global leaders, experts, innovators continue to come together, including at the UN Global Dialogue in July, back-to-back with ITU's AI for Good Summit, let us act together. Let us act together now to ensure AI becomes a bridge to opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. And with this, we come to the end of this session. Thank you all for your patience, and thank you so much for giving such constructive inputs. And any delegate, any Excellency who could not speak in this session, may please submit your